testing, 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 testing. Okay, yeah. Okay. Everyone's in. For those at the back, if you want, you can sit in front. There's still some seats in the front, just to fill it up. Hopefully everyone's settled in. So if you took any photos, I think you can see the photo wall. Just like hashtag IOXKL 2022, and it will just show up on the screen. Okay, I think we're gonna start. So just a few housekeeping stuff. So I think you've all seen the outside, walk around a little bit. So the fire exit, there's a sign on the entrance. You can just like figure out where it is. It's oh. So also at the entrance, to the left is where the toilet is. So I'm sure a few of you have been asking. So yeah, that's the toilet, and then so we'll have two halls, just housekeeping stuff. The workshop hall will be at level 20. So this will be the main hall for the talks, right? Okay. So thank you all for coming to IO Extended 2020 Kuala Lumpur. I'm sure everyone misses in-person events. It's been very long. And so welcome to the new event floor for Google Malaysia. So this is like very new. I think it opened this year, right?
I don't know.
So this is also like the first time I had an event here. So it's very new. I hope you enjoyed the food. Thanks for coming. So again, if you have any photos, please hashtag IOXKL 2022. It's very hard work by Xiang Yi. Thank you, Xiang Yi. So we'll have the speakers are all here. Right, okay. So we have the keynote in maybe a bit. Like 30 seconds.
Say a joke.
Say a joke. Me?
Sorry, he promised me that we were going to have 5 minutes before, so I'm a little bit like disorientated. But hey, welcome to developer events where we don't have to be super polished.
Okay. You can tell that I'm very rusty with events now. It's been so long.
Okay, and then oh no, wait.
You can see the time.
Yes, I also see. Here we are. Sorry. Have to, no. Sorry. My cheat sheet.
Live stream this as well.
Oh, I need to live stream this. Okay. Everybody, please bear with us. We realize we also have to live stream this. Where does this go?
I hope you all enjoyed the food. Google catering, very nice. I love the cupcake. Thank you.
I think the bihun better. The samosa needs to be a bit fatter. A bit flat.
Not crispy enough.
You think so? I think it's not enough fillings. Who agree with me that samosa not enough fillings? Like a bit like flat, right? Who agree with him the samosa not crispy enough? One. I win. Okay, the next session, right? When we figure out how to live stream this, we are going to have some quiz and there'll be some swag. So get ready. Oh, wow. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, good. Okay.
All right. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to hear my feedback, right? Is the window is it?
I minimize it. Eh?
Are we already live?
Hello? Come on. Can you hear?
No, but we're not supposed to hear this.
Oh,
Because just now there's the music, is it? Are we good? Oh, we're good. You've now all been a part of the first hybrid event right here in the Google office with the KL team, where we all have no idea what we're doing. Okay. But thank you for bearing with us. We are going to.
you want the.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, that works too. Thank you. All right. Let's try this again. Okay, we'll just live with the tab, okay? 声音跑去哪里了？
No music.
Yeah. I thought we. Oops.
The music I think got the phone.
Oh, is it? Okay. The sound is from 这边。We're going to restart this. Hi, everyone. I'm Janice. I'm the Southeast Asia Regional Lead here at Google. And welcome to I/O Extended Kuala Lumpur. Super excited to be here. It's our first time hosting an event with the GDG community here. And thank you so much for bearing with us. You know, there's always this running joke in the community back in in-person events where they say that Google can AI but cannot AV. And we just did that and showed you that. Oh dear, my mother's calling me. Let me hang up on her. Okay. So, yeah. You know, now that we're back in person events, you know, we have to like remember how to do this for our online audience, many of them who are actually dialing in. So thank you so much for joining us and for the GDG team for still making sure that the people who are not able to physically join us today still have access to great content. So I want to first thank the amazing Google Developer Group KL community, Eric, who opened the session earlier, Shangi, who has been painstakingly putting this together because Eric's not working out KL right now. And of course, all the amazing team, you can see all the volunteers, they are wearing the DevFest t-shirt or the Google Developer Group t-shirts. You will also be getting these t-shirts later because they created t-shirts for everyone. So stay true with us all the way to the end. Yay! You know, Shami worked really hard on making sure that you guys have the most amazing t-shirts and swags, and making sure they're on theme and fun, because as a developer himself, you know how important it is, you know, to have swags that's actually usable for everyone. So thanks again for helping. Then Google Developer Groups how many of you first time and joining a Google Developer Groups event? Okay, that's That's actually quite a lot, maybe about 20% of you. Yeah. Welcome to our events here. If you have not heard about GDG before, and earlier on the video that was supposed to play, we couldn't play it. So let me tell you about it. So GDG is committed to helping developers and local community learn about new technologies and generate a positive impact. Sometimes it's not super obvious, but they are working on, for example, during the COVID time, COVID response apps. They are trying to put data together to help show people what is happening behind the scenes. They have also been, working on different hackathons and projects, as well as even the smallest thing like today, wanting to make sure that the event in every aspect of it is sustainable. They're like, is it going to be catering? Is there going to be plastic? We don't use plastic here. So, it's little things that you don't see that really shows that the community here, tech community, still cares a lot about the environment and the impact that they are bringing. So in the past 2 years, IO Extended has been online, events have been online, but I hope that, now that we're in person, you have an opportunity to meet the speakers, have a face-to-face chat with the many speakers. A lot of them are sitting here in front or around the room, and you'll be getting to meet them later and to learn about how these new technologies, you can use them to impact and improve your life or the community around you as well. So to share a little bit about my team, I look after Southeast Asia Google Developer Programs, and they are the Google Developer groups like this one that we are at. We also have our Experts Program. A number of our speakers today are part of our Google Developer Experts Program, and they are basically volunteers. They're accredited as experts in the technology, and they work on these projects, they answer questions in forums, and they can also be your guide today. And then we also have the Google Developer Student Clubs. Many of the leads are actually in the room today. Where are our student club leads in the room? Okay, I see Ziyi. Hi, hello. And okay, I thought there were a little bit more, but and they actually told me that it's because they cannot get tickets because the tickets sold out in less than 3 days. So all of you who fastest finger beat them to it, you're clearly a little bit faster than our student community. We have about 30 of them here in Malaysia itself and 146 across in Southeast Asia. And also our Women Tech Maker community, we actually have a Women Tech Maker ambassador here hosting an event, but she's probably outside helping. And later you can also join her machine learning workshop that she's hosting. And last but not least, we also have an accelerator program that we run on an annual basis. So these are the community programs that we have, and we're all about bringing developers and tech together. So Google I/O, if you've not heard of it before, it's actually an annual developer conference. It happens in Mountain View itself and is held by Google. We talk about our latest developer products, hands-on learning with experts, and more than anything, is a thoughtful discussion with all of the developer community. And IO Extended, like this one that we're at, is actually a series of events hosted after IO itself, so that local communities can also take a look at the technologies that they are more interested in, meet with their local community, and have a chance to actually discuss the use case or even the technologies that might be more relevant to them. So how did everything started? GDG, it was not started by Google, and it was not used to be called Google Developer Groups. It was actually in about 2007 or 8 where Silicon Valley and Czech Republic, I think they started their first ones. So the first one was Google Technology User Group, and then there was also Google User Group Czech. So this was started a very long time ago, and fast forward 12 years later, Google Developer Group is now, actually, I didn't update this slide, but it's in over 145 countries, and we have over 1,000 GDGs. So they run many events, whether is it in person like this one, or even the virtual ones that happened in the last 2 years. And actually, Amrita over there, who looks after our GDG cloud community, and Shangi and Eric have been running a lot of virtual events as well. So kudos to them for not stopping in the past 2 years to make sure our developer community continues to be able to grow and engage. And GDG of last year, so 2021, we have 37 around Southeast Asia, and they've hosted over 120 events. And all these events is to also create outreach and a community. So we hope that today you also get to meet the people around you. If you don't know the person next to you, or maybe you count the person next to you, maybe meet the person behind you, and get a chance to be a part of this community that's not just here in this room, but also a global community. There are a lot of hybrid events that you can also dial into. All right, a show of hands. How many of you have ever been to Google I/O? Wow, that's actually quite a lot. This is probably the most that I've seen in the room so far that I've been running this. Well done. I'm really glad to see that people who's been following this for a while, because the last time it happened was probably in 2019 in person. I imagine you actually went there. So you can share your experience with the other people in the room as well. It was my first time doing this year. It was not really open properly to public. It was just like a 1,500 people who lives in California thing. I volunteered to do registration stuff so that I could help out at the event and actually attend it from the first time. So hopefully next year, get back to normal and there'll be more opportunities for our community to actually attend as well. All right, this is a short quiz, and if you answer the question correctly, I will give away some free swags. I would like to ask that the organizers and the GDEs and the speakers not try for these questions. So the rest of you, you're welcome to just raise your hand and I'll give you some swags. So what do you think I/O in Google I/O stand for? You've been to I/O though, but go ahead. Fastest finger.
Is it the innovation of the open?
You were the first person who actually gave the right. I mean, it stands for input output, but our slogan of innovation in the open, that's absolutely correct. Thank you so much. Okay, well done. Most people say input output and I accept the answer, but you actually have like the actual slogan. Well done. Okay, this is some swags. And this pen, I took it back from I/O this year myself.
Thank you.
Straight from Mountain View. All right. Okay. Next one. Who can answer when was the first Google I/O conference held? Anyone? Welcome to Google I/O. You can also Google the answer. The speaker also don't know the answer. Anyone? When was the first Google I/O held? Okay.
2003.
Very good try. Keep going. Not 2003. Wait, hold on.
2008.
Well done, 2008. All right, I'll come to you with the swags in a moment. Oh, here you go. Thanks, Eric. Yes, it is 2008. 2003, we could be ideating and reiterating and haven't got down to it yet. All right, so next one. The first I/O conference was, oh wait, sorry, this is the answer. Sorry. Then this one, okay, this is relevant to one of the sessions that's happening today because Vin is actually talking about web and also about AR. So this question is related to that session. In which year was Google Cardboard announced? Yeah, let's give this a try.
2014.
2014. Sorry, he's like really good at this, so I'm gonna have to give it to him. It is 2014, and he didn't even Google it. Well done, you. He actually knew the answer. Even I had to learn it myself when I was preparing the slides. Well done. Wait, can you share how did you know that it's 2014? What were you doing in 2014?
I was in Syria back then. I was trying to create something similar to it. So I remember that day.
He was trying to out Google at Google Cardboard. So, well done. Thank you. All right, last question. Okay, final one. What device was announced at the last Google I/O before we all went into this bleak period? Which was the device in 2019 that was announced? This one also had the special Google I/O pen and webcam cover and a coaster and some stickers. Anyone from the back want to give this a go? All right, yeah. Repeat that again. Nest Hub Max was actually only announced during the last year or so. No, it's something a little bit earlier, but really good try. Wait, I gave you a token of appreciation for trying. Here, you get one of the 4 items. Anybody else? What device was announced? Have a guess in 2019? Even all the speakers, I can hear them whispering, oh, is it this one, is it this one? Yes. Google? Google Home. No, okay. I give you a tip. Okay, it's not part of the Google Home series. It's another product altogether. And in case it's not very obvious, okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Pixel 3A. Well done. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah, I try to make it very simple by putting the picture there, but but hey, good effort, everybody. Thank you so much for trying. Okay, so that ends my giveaway session. There will be more giveaways throughout the event at the end. So do stay tuned, stay alert, and see where you can actually score more swag. We're very happy to give them away. So yes, Pixel 3A. I wanted you to give yourself a round of applause for trying. I think it was amazing that so many of you actually knew the answer without even having to Google it. So well done, because I had to Google it to put these slides together. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about kind of maybe also why we're here as well. So why communities? And I think it's really important for us to also think about why we're here in this room, because it's an opportunity to learn from each other, connect, grow your network, and also to inspire other people as well. Maybe today you might not be the speaker, but we're really looking forward to growing the speaker community. So just to start about learning. So GDG as an organizer, they run a lot of developer communities where you can meet in person like that, and are focused on a lot of Google technologies. And they're very inclusive environments where they are running a lot of different workshops, tech talks, study jams, and anyone, whether is it from beginner to experienced professionals, are welcome to join. If you look at the session today, the organizers have been very, very thoughtful to make sure that there are different levels of content covering different types of technologies. So there is something for everyone. I hope that you continue to come and learn. And another thing about why you should be here as well, connecting with others, is we know that hiring decisions this day are not made just from what's on your CV, right? They want to know, what is your community contribution? Are you speaking? Are you sharing? Are you putting things on GitHub? Are you giving back to the community that you're also taking from? Tech is a very communal environment, and we also want to see how you're actually contributing back to the community. So definitely, share about what you're doing. You're here today, take photo with your new friends, with your current friends, with the speakers, share it on social media, share about your learnings. One of the things that I really love seeing on social media is when people share, hey, I'm at this event, these are my top 3 takeaways, or these are some of my key learnings, this is what's most exciting to me. You can always share that and amplify it to your network to showcase your own maybe thought leadership or your own involvement in the community. So, don't hesitate to actually meet more people here and get a chance to connect and network with others. And last but not least, inspire others. In the communities like this, it's so important to have speakers. And Shanghi and Eric was looking really hard to put together this speaker lineup of really, really good, amazing, diverse speakers. And we know that explaining a concept to others is probably the best way to solidify your own learning, because it's one thing to know how to do something, another to be able to teach somebody to do as well. So take the chance to maybe write about what you're building, speak about what you're doing. And if you're interested in becoming a speaker, always reach out to the organizers. I'm sure if there's a great topic, they're happy to throw something together for you or find an opportunity for you as well. Sharing projects within the community, speaking at this event, asking for feedback also gives you a chance to meet like-minded community. I always love how at the event, let's say if I'm talking about a very specific topic, I know I'm not doing that here today, but when I am, the ability to actually meet people who are working on the same things and being able to share about it is something that is great, because then I meet more like-minded people that can actually share their own learnings and journey with me as well. So to recap, why be a part of this GDG community? Because you can develop your skills by learning from one another. You can actually connect with like-minded folks and actually hope that maybe this broadening out of your network can bring about new opportunities for you as well. And also to showcase your expertise about your project and seek feedback so that we can all learn and grow together. Because your success bring about a really positive impact to the world, and we really want to make sure that we're part of that journey and we can help you with that too. So thanks for joining the GDG community. And just to wrap it up a little bit, my career in the past decade had been a roller coaster ride, but the heart of it all has always been about community, about people, whether is it with the business community, the corporate innovation startup community, or now the developer community. Because I genuinely believe that, as the famous saying goes, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together as a community, as a team. So I encourage all of you to continue to be in community with all the developers here in this room and use the skills and technologies that you're learning at this event, communities that you have formed, friends that you have made to make a difference, a positive impact to the world that we're a part of. And last but not least, don't forget to have fun. I love this image. It's like a lot of happy people having fun. And we all come in different shapes, sizes, and colors. And welcome to this event again. Happy to stay connected. This actually brings you to my LinkedIn page. So I bought a domain because it makes me happy. So feel free to connect with me over there. And I look forward to meeting the rest of you today. I'm going to be handing the time back to Eric, who will introduce us to the rest of the speakers today.
Okay, so we are slightly ahead of schedule. I actually added some, made the keynote longer so that people can come in because we all have Malaysian timing. So we do our speakers, our talks are supposed to start at 10:30. So if you have anything you want to go out and eat or drink, you can feel free to do so for now. But Xiangyi is granting some checks because we're gonna fill in the time with more quizzes so that more people can get socks. Okay, okay, nice. So we have 5 here. Okay, and the webcam cover. Okay, I mean everybody does 3 stuff, right? They're very cute socks. I'm wearing them now. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so I guess maybe we should hide this. It's okay. You know what? We will just keep the background. It's very cute. So okay. You know what? Let's start with a question so we can give this away. Can anyone tell me what are the colors in the GDG logo? Yes. Blue. And then what colors? Okay, nice. Very easy. Okay. Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. I'll be the giveaway girl.
So next question. How many food items were there just now? Sorry. Don't shout the answer. Okay. I think someone there raised the hand first. So I'm gonna give. Let's have the gentleman in blue.
In blue, I have a question. Yeah, how many items was it?
3 items.
There you go.
Okay, this question is about Chrome. Is everyone using Chrome, right? Okay, so how many release channel Chrome have? How many channels? Okay. You need to name. Oh, okay. Yeah, how many socks you have? Okay, never mind. Okay,
We have 9
name
items.
2, then okay already. Can you name them?
90.
The name is not called nightly build. Yes, we have a nightly build, which means that every day the developers create new stuff, then it goes into Chrome. What? Okay, beta is another channel, but yeah, right, you have 1. So Chrome beta, but before beta, there's 2 more. Stable is 1. Stable is the one that usually we are using. So Chrome stable, and then backward is Chrome beta. 2 more behind. Okay, you already got 2. You already got socks, but I just had. It is not called alpha. Okay, no one. Okay, go try. Okay. But you want the channel? Alright. So it's canary.
Canary and stable beta.
Beta stable.
Beta.
Okay, go. Oh, correct. This one, okay. So So every day when the developers create new features, it will go into Chrome Canary. So if you are into trying like new stuff, install the Chrome Canary browser, and then it will go to dev developer channels, which is slightly stable, and then go into beta, and then the stable one that you are using. Okay. Okay. Good question.
Thank you. Good question. Okay. For the next question, since we're giving Android socks, does anyone know which dessert is the current Android version, the latest one? That's cheating. Does anyone know the current dessert? We all have phones, right? No. Android 13. Which dessert?
Start with letter.
No, I'm not telling you that. Does anyone know? Nobody wants Android socks? Anyone? Ah, here? Yes, tiramisu. Yay. That's
Okay. Another questions on Chrome DevTools, because I'm the Chrome Dev developer advocate for Chrome DevTools, so the question I ask is mostly Chrome. So in Chrome DevTools, you use many panel, right? Like the elements panel, you used to change your style, and you have the network panel. How many panel DevTools have? Okay, you don't need to give like the exact number, but roughly a number. Okay.
Network, console, element, source, application. What else?
Resources.
Like
I already said resources.
Lighthouse, yeah.
Lighthouse.
Okay.
That's all. That's all I know.
Oh, okay. More than that, by good, you can name a lot of them. So give him. Yeah. Okay, but there's actually more than that. Okay, never mind. Let me ask you, like maybe those that follow our channel. Okay, give me one new panels that we created in Chrome DevTools. One new panels that we recently introduced. Right? Okay.
Chrome recorder something.
Oh, correct. That's my talk today. Go. Oh, do you have any? Okay, you can get bonus Chrome DevTools sticker. So later, if anyone want a Chrome DevTools sticker, I have a pack here, so you can get. So there are a few new panels that we have, like the recorder, which is my talk just now. Yeah. Yes. Android.
Hi everyone. I'm from the Android developer. So since this is also an Android stock, so I'm a question about Android. Can anyone name a Jetpack library?
Oh.
Any Jetpack library? Anything inside Jetpack? Yes. Sorry. Pager 3. Yes. There is Pager support.
Okay, so that was fun. We finally filled up enough time. So I think the keynote is basically over. We're trying to keep it tightened up to official feeling, since this is a community dev event. I think that should be all for our keynote. Thanks for coming in today on a Saturday morning. So if you're going for the workshop, it's down at level 20. I think you'll be able to see that someone will be standing there. And if you still want some drinks, I think there's still some outside. But our next talk will be again Jesselyn. She'll be talking about Chrome DevTools, and we maybe will come back in 10 minutes if you're coming for the talk. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you for coming.
一定要从
哦，不可以看到
啊。
is something.
Yeah. Okay, welcome everyone. My name is Jesselyn. I'm the developer advocate for Chrome DevTools. Yeah, very excited to be here. You know, this clicker, I bought it in 2019 because I think that, oh, now I joined Google, I will have more time to do presentation, then I need to invest a clicker. And then once I bought it, I never use it because this is closed down. So this one, this clicker have a very nice effect. Okay, wait. Is it? No. Yesterday I charged already. Wait. Okay, yes. It have this nice effect. That's why I buy it. Okay. But I'm not the advocate for Logitech. Yeah, but if you need one, then you can get from Logitech. Okay, so today I would share about the user flow recorder. How many of you have heard about the recorder? I know at least one person heard about it before because just now he said that this is a new panel. Anyone else heard about this panel? Okay, there are a few. Good. Okay, good that most of you did not listen. You come to the right talk. Maybe you also come to the right talk. Maybe you learn something new. Okay, so over and over again, we hear from developers. We are doing survey, and developers come to us say that, oh, it's very hard to do end-to-end testing. It's very hard to get started to do end-to-end testing. So how do we solve it? We solve it by creating new stuff. No, so one of the specific thing is developers tell us that they want to automate the user flow. So for example, user flow like adding the shopping, adding item to the shopping cart. You want to make sure that that flow is working fine. You want to automate that so that you can run regular tests to test that whether it is working, or to fill in some shipment details. You want to make sure that when you fill in, there are some errors showing up, things like that. Okay, and the other thing about testing is asserting the details. You want to check that whether the fonts, the error message is showing, or whether the something like the totals is calculating correctly. So you want to be able to do this. So there are so testing have two sides, the automating and the asserting details. Today, I will focus on talking about how to automate the user flow with the tools that we have. Okay, so talk about automating user flow. When we talk about automating is actually sometimes it's hard because to write the script to automate is easy, but then when you want to set up the infrastructure and to run the test, it's harder. So that's why the recorder panel lets you create the test and then immediately run it in the Chrome browser itself so that you don't need to install extra tools, but you can if you want. So later I will share about how you can do it in the browser and off the browsers. Okay, so these features is under developer preview now. So means that the team is still actively working on it based on the feedback we have. Later I'll tell you like how to give us feedback and prioritize the development. Okay, so let me just go straight to the demo. Okay. Okay, so this is my screen. So this is let me go back to this site. Can I change to this one? Okay, no, I just use this one. Okay, so this is a website to order coffee, for example. So you can click on the item, and then you can maybe go to the cart, add some more item, and the total will change. And you can click on the total, fill in some details. For example, oh no, that's the name. Okay, fill in some detail. test@a.com, and then you check, and then you submit it. So basically, this is the flow that I will demo. That how can we test that? So first, to open the panel, you can click on this 3-dot menu, and then there's more tools. So remember, just now I asked you how many panels that the DevTools have. It's actually hide under more tools. It's more than 8. So besides those that you see normally, there's still some more here. Okay, yeah, I should use this one. So there's actually more. Okay, just really want to use that. Okay, so the recorder panel, if you see that there are some new panels that we put an experimental portal there, which means these are the features that is currently in developer preview, which the team actively working on. So if you click on the recorder, if you don't know how to start, it's actually give you some example here, some step here that you need to follow. And if you want quick start guide, you can click here, and then you see my face there explaining to you how to do it. Okay, okay. So let's just start the recording. So when I click start recording, let's give it a name, say order a coffee. Order a coffee. It's not necessary you use dash, but I like to use it because later we can export it, and then I don't need to export without dash or without anything. Yeah, so I like to put a dash here usually. So I click record. Okay, now let's get back to this screen. Now let's say I click on, let's scroll down, cappuccino, and I click on white. You see that it's actually capturing the activities here. And then if I click on total, I put in my name here. I put in my email address here. So it's still capturing, and I click on the elements here, and I click submit. Okay, and then we just stop it. So these are my user flow. Okay, now after I record, then what? I can replay it. So let's say I just click replay. It will actually replay, but it's too fast, you cannot see, right? Okay, so there's no point. So recently we added a new features to let you replay slowly, because this is one of the features that people is asking. So you can replay this slow, very slow, and extremely slow. So let's play extremely slow. It's actually not that slow. So you can see that it's actually go through step by step, adding second item to that. Wait a little bit. Fill the e-name and the email. So you can see that it's actually showing the progress here, step by step, and it's going to fill and fill again. I regret to select the extremely slow now, and then he clicks submit. Yeah, and then you come back to the screen. So you can replay it. And then not just that, because sometimes when we are creating a user flow like just now, it's not that we can perfectly click on everything on the first run. So it's actually have some features to let you edit it. So you can expand the step. So let's say this is the step that you click on the selector. So these are the selector that the recorder will automatically pick 2 for you, depending on how you set up the selector. It will try to pick the most unique selector for you. So in this case, it detects that data test is the most unique selector. And the area, the accessibility label that you put is a unique one. So it would choose that. So, but let's say now I actually don't want to select cappuccino. The one that I actually want is Americano. So how do I change it? So I can either change it by just type Americano, if I know that the data. But if I don't know, I can actually use this selector button. I click on the selector button, I click on the thing that I want to select, it will automatically update here. Okay, and then if you think that, oh, actually you don't want the Americano right at all, you can just remove the step, or you can add the extra step after this step. Say that you want to wait for element. There are a few types. You can have the event types like click, double click, hover, change, key down, or something. Or probably you want to click on let's say mocha. Click on latte. Okay, so it will have this for you, and then I was just going to replay normal. Then it will still go through the process. You don't need to recreate it from the scratch. So this is some of the features that we have. And then another thing that you can do is you can measure the performance. So let's say for this user flow, you want to measure that if the performance is good or not, like for this whole flow, you can actually export it to run the whole performance and record it to performance panel or the performance insights panel. So let's just click this one and it will run. Then it will show you the performance of the whole flow that we are running. In the performance panel, tell that, hey, is your performance is okay. So in this case, I built it perfectly, so there's no error. But you can see that it's actually tell you that there's a click event happen here, and the click event happen here as well. Okay, so this could help you save some time if you want to. If you always need to check like the performance, you just need to record once and then keep running it. And if you click on here, it will show you the list of the recording that you have. You can just click play to replay it here, or you can create a new recording and record from the other websites. So think about the thing that you can do, maybe a daily task. It's not just for testing, but your daily task, like let's say your manager asks you to every day go to this website, check the network speed, and then send you something. You can actually automate that with the tools. Okay. Something that I did not mention just now, one of the steps, let me just add a step after. One of the steps is that you can use JavaScript, you can use wait for expressions. Then from the expressions, this is where you can write your JavaScript. You can say that, but you need to type a really long one, document.query selector that element name. So there is no this part we are still developing yet to make the experience better. But basically, you need to choose the let's say the list. Now I'm choosing the query selector or the whole list. I want to make sure that the whole list is 9 items. What I can do is like this dot length equal to 9. I mean, I can write a JavaScript like this. So when it runs, it will run and check the expression, wait for this expression to be fulfilled as well. So this is something that you can do now. But as you see, the experience here is not great yet. It's like you need to type in so long for the expression. But imagine you can write your JavaScript expressions and wait, call some network functions, call some API, and then wait for some things and then come back. So you can do that with this. Okay, let me just remove the step now. Okay, so that is the short demo of what we can do. Let me go back to my slide. So that's the short demo. Okay, next thing about it is that it's always like, oh, this is cool, but we want more features. So we launched these features, I think, in around April, I guess. Yeah, so since then we received like few hundreds of the feedback. So these are the top 3 requests since then. So the first one is, can I set longer timeout? Because some of the website, the network API is actually quite slow. You need to wait for it to complete before you can go next step. So by default, for each of the steps, we'll wait for 3,000 milliseconds, which means 3 seconds before it goes timeout. So developers want to say that, hey, can I set longer timeout? Can I specify my own custom data selector? Because maybe if you are using Cypress or other test framework in your workflow, you might already have data-cy is you usually use for Cypress, or data-test or some other selector. Can you select your own selector so that we don't try to be smart and select other selector for you? And then can I share the work user flow with others? So this is also when we first released, we don't have this feature. And now, since the latest release, you have all these 3 features now. So for the replace setting, what you can do is under the replace settings here, you can actually change the network to no throttle or slow 3G or whatever network profile that you have set. Another thing you can do is you can set the timeout. So from the default timeout, 3000 milliseconds, you can increase it to 5000 if you want to globally apply to each of the steps. You can set from here. But if you just want to apply like for a specific step, you know that specific step will take like even longer, like 10,000 milliseconds. What you can do that you can go to this add timeout for just this specific step. So you can override that. Okay. And then another thing is we will auto detect the common test selector for you. So we run a test within the team to see that what are the common test selector that the people use. So these are the common test selector that if you are coming from Selenium, or if you are using Cypress, or if you are using Nightwatch, some of the test framework. So usually people use test ID, test QA, and CY. So if you are using any of these, good news for you, we'll auto detect it. Like for example, just now, in my test case here, for this cup, I actually have data test specified. So it will use the where's my slide? So if we just take the sequence from test ID, because test ID is the most popular one apparently that people are using. So we try to search this. If you don't have them, we go to data test. If you don't have, we try to search for data QA and data CY. Okay, so in sequence. So just now, our recorder here, we automatically detect the data test for you. But let's say you say that, oh, data test is actually the old selector that we are using. The current selector that you are using is data CY. You just discard that somehow, but usually it's not common. But let's say you want to test 2, okay? If you want to specify like, oh, you want to actually use data CY as the default one, you can do that. So if I click here, stop, it will take data CY as a priority instead of any others. So you have the options to set the priorities of the selector. Okay, go back to my slide here, which I already covered this. You can define a custom selector. Okay, and the next good thing is you can export it. There are a few export options here. You can export it as a JSON file. You can export it as a Puppeteer script, or you can export it as a Puppeteer replay script. I will go through each of them and tell you what are the use case and when can you use them. Okay, so the first thing is the go to this one. Is the export button is here. So you can download, let's say I export it as a JSON file. Okay, in the document, I just save it. So what are the benefits? So now I export to JSON file, then what? So imagine I delete this. Then I delete that. Yeah. So what I can do is I can click, and then where do I put? Here. And then I can import back this flow. So imagine you can share this user flow with your friends, or when you're creating a bug report. Actually, this is what I did as well. Currently, when sometimes I test like the dev tools, like have some bug. So I will perform the flow using this one, and then I just attach that into the bug report, and then just let them know that, oh, this is how I execute the page. So that I don't need to like explain step by step what do. I just send the file and then ask them to import the file and then run it. Yeah. So the import and export as JSON file is very useful for this reason. Okay, import and export. Yeah, that's my face. Yes. Okay. Okay, but there is more. So if you already have, how many of you have using any other test framework? Cypress, Selenium. Okay, that's one. Playwright, Puppeteer. Okay, you all are shy, okay? Or you are really not doing testing, which means testing is really hard, and this one can really help you. Okay, okay. So some people are asking like, can I convert the JSON file to something else? Can I, instead of export the JSON file, can others framework like Cypress or Selenium take the JSON file and generate a script to a Cypress script or to Selenium script? The good thing is we talk to Cypress and they are interested, so they can they create a library to actually take the JSON file that you export, and then you can run a command to convert them to a Cypress script. This is good because if you want to create a Cypress script, right, you don't need to type the code yourself. You can use the recorder as a start to generate the script and then get start from there. Okay. And maybe the recorder somehow cannot fulfill your needs. Maybe you have some if else loop, like those things we haven't built in yet, and you want to create your test script in the Cypress. This is where you can export it and then continue to build it. So what you can do is you can npm install Cypress Chrome recorder, and then you use the npx alias Cypress, this command, and then pass in your JSON file, and it will generate a JavaScript file for you. Let me just demo it. Okay. Not this project, this one. So this is a Cypress project, which I write it in the name. And then in this folder, so this is if you are new to Cypress. So Cypress is a quite popular end-to-end and component testing tools. So if you use that, this is the default format that will generate for you, like Cypress. There is a folder, there's a config file. I did not do anything. I just followed the instruction to set up. Then they give me all this folder. Okay, but what I did is I export the file just now, and then I dump it. I create a recording folder, and I dump it here. And for the demo purpose, I actually put 2 JSON file here. So then when I run the command here, npx recording. So if you have more than one JSON, you can just pass in the JSON file. But if you have more than one, you can actually use the file loop to say that, oh, you want to convert all this recording JSON into a Cypress script. So if I run this command here, it will say that it's running, it's converting like to which folder. It's actually will convert to the Cypress end-to-end folder. So if I open it now, open the end-to-end folder now, you can see that it's actually generated out the JavaScript for you. Describe it, test, add or remove. Of course, this might not be the name that you want, so you change it by whatever that you want, and then we'll generate another spec file for the order of coffee just now. Okay, so or maybe I just show you like how to run the Cypress as well. But this is not Google product. Okay, so if I run Cypress open, it will open okay, npx Cypress open. If I open the Cypress, so you come to this script. So I run like end-to-end test. So once I run that, I can choose the browser. Although so you can choose like Canary, Chrome Beta, not surprised. But what you can do, you can run in the Firefox as well. Okay, so show a Firefox browser in Google I/O event. Why not? Okay, let's just start. And then after I start, I can go to the spec. Where's my spec file? Okay, it worked on my machine yesterday when I tried. Let me just stop again. So it should show the 2 spec file that is auto-generated, show in there so that I can click and run it. Okay. Please work. Okay, let me see. Class, 1 or 2 will be used. Which one is undefined? Okay, do not know what the message means. Okay, click again. Does it detect the spec? Okay, never mind. I know. Let me just try one more thing because I really want to run it in the I will just change the folder names for now. Just test, because this one, the Cypress, I just upgraded yesterday as well. So from version 9 to version 10, so there are some new changes here. So maybe they did not detect it. They changed the folder name as well. So maybe that's why they cannot detect it. Let's see. Folding example. Okay, run. Okay, never mind, cannot detect, but actually it will show up here and then you can run. We try to run that in the Chrome browser, but I think it's the same because it's the Cypress. Okay. You know, this is the funny thing. Okay, never mind. Okay, you just remember you can run it. Okay, I have a proof of video that it can run it. Okay, wait, cannot. Now it makes me really want to show the video. I actually hide the video because I want to do it live. Okay, share the screen. Wait, not slideshow. Okay, got music some more. Okay. Hey, where's my music? Okay, music not working. Okay, never mind. Google can heavy, right? Just now already mentioned. Okay, so you just see it's actually doing the same export step. Now, okay, fast forward. Boring. Okay. Okay, open. Now it's open here. So actually you can choose like Firefox, and then you can run the test. Just click on it and open it. So this is the old Cypress UI just now that you see. Then you can actually run it. Okay, 1 minute done. Okay, I will share the video with you. Okay, so that's how you can run it, which is quite convenient. Okay, stop it. Okay, so how so that's one way that you can do it. So how actually Cypress can create such a thing to convert the type to the JSON file to their format is because we also open source another library called Puppeteer Replay to help you that you can create adapter to convert the script, each of the step or all the step, or before the step you want to add in your own step, we actually create an adapter, provide API for you to actually convert your script. So it's actually powered by the Puppeteer Replay library. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about this Puppeteer Replay library. So it is a CLI itself. You can replay a JSON file with a line of command. So let me go to the Puppeteer Replay library. Close this one. Okay, don't want to see you anymore. Okay. Pop replay. So if you install this library, you can actually npf and run npx alias Puppeteer Replay and replay a JSON file. I can also run that for you here. I think I have this. Okay, this project. So in this project, you ignore all the file. All the file did not do anything now. So I have a recording folder and I have like a few tests here. So what I can do is I can type in. Let me just scroll up. Scroll up. Okay. Let me just type in this command, and then I specified like recording. Probably I should do this recording / I want to run all the JSON tests with .json. So when you do that, it will actually use the Puppeteer Replay library and underhood Puppeteer as well to rerun all the JSON file. So it run it headlessly, means that you actually don't see a browser opening, but you can actually configure to open a browser to see it in action yourself. But in here, it's actually open a headless browser, and then it will just run the test. So in this way, imagine that you can integrate it in your CI/CD just with the Puppeteer Replay library itself and drop all your JSON file and then configure a function to run that. And then, but you might want to add in some reporting yourself as well. Is the test, is the user flow a success or is the user flow fail? So you can do that. Okay, so the next thing is this puppeteer replay library also serves as a customization. You can use it to customize more to, for example, you want to capture a screenshot before each of the step or after each of the step. You can configure that, write your own code, and or you want to integrate with your third-party tools. For example, like a visual testing tools, you want to capture a visual testing. We have an example, code example for the Apply tools. It's one of the third-party library that they have a visual testing. So you can do that. So for a quick one, I will just show one example here. Extend the runner. Okay, so in this example, imagine that this is actually the user flow, the JSON user flow. I just paste the user flow here. You can actually read that with the FS, the file system, to read that file in as well. For the simplicity, I just copy the JSON and then dump it here. So this is the user flow. We want to add a copy, set the viewport, navigate, and click on one step. So I want to extend this one. So I create my own extender. I create a class, create the extension. You can name it anyway, but you extend from the Puppeteer Runner extension itself. So the extension actually gives you a few hooks, a few APIs, which is before all step, before each step, and after each step. So I say that, oh, before all the step, just log the starting and then give me the duration. The time, I start the console.time to count the time. Okay? And then before each step, I will console.log again because this is the simplest demo I can give. The console.log, like before each step, I will do a logging, say that it's before what step, there's the step name. Okay? And then after each step, I want to add an extra step to console.log the complete step, and I want to capture a screenshot after each of the step. Okay, so after all the steps done, I will say console.done, and then I will just end the timing that I start before all the steps. Okay, so now, where's my, okay, the terminal here. So now if I run this file, node dot extend runner dot mjs. So it will say that, so it will say, it will log the starting, and then before the step, and then it will log the things that I put in, and then it will say like complete step 1 before complete step 2, and then complete step 3, and then done. And then it will show like flow duration in total in this time, because just now I say that after all the steps, I want to show the time here. Okay, so then it will also generate the screenshot here. Like the step 1, where's the screenshot? Wait. Oh, okay. I think the screenshot, because it's white. Let me just change. So that's why it's white. So you cannot see. It's actually something. So screenshot 2, they have something on the screen. Screenshot 3 is where you already click on one of the items. So you can configure, you can extend it and to provide hooks for before each of the step or after each of the step, and customize the way you want. If you want to integrate with your own third-party library tools, you can use Puppeteer Replay to build on top of that. Okay. And the third one, you also can extend it even further. You want to like totally take each of the steps. You want to control the transformation step before. So for each of the steps, instead of generate out the JSON, you can use the transformation, extend it to use the transformation to transform it to Cypress script or others. We have code demo for you as well on how to do this to totally transform it. Or you can actually go to the Cypress open source library itself to see how they use the Puppeteer Replay to transform the step to the Cypress test script. So I have a code example here that show you how to do it. Okay, so that's great. Like you have a Puppeteer library that you can extend it, but it's still an extra step you need to like set up it. So how about if you can create a recorder extension itself, and then we let you create an extension, then you install it, and then you can export to whatever format that you want. So a good news for you, recently we also implemented the extension API. So if you want to build one, or someone will eventually build one, so what you can do is you can install the extensions from the, let me open. So, okay. Hey, wait. So, okay, let me just go to the Chrome extension. So let's say in the future, not so soon yet, because currently no one create any extension yet. So in the futures, if someone created extension, you can actually load it in. So this one, I did not publish it to the web store, so you cannot install from the web store. But eventually, you should be able to install a web store extension that someone created, and then have the options in your recorder panel. Imagine this is the web store. I just click it, and then select the file. So I install this custom extension here. Then I go back to open my recorder again. Open anyone. So, there should be an extra option here. Wait, why is it not showing? You know, during the demo day, it's always like that. Okay, let me load one more time. I remember I tested yesterday, and we tested. Okay, let me just select it again. Okay, and then because once you load it, right, you need to refresh your browser and then open it. Let me, okay, so, okay, open it, download. See, there's one extra option, export as a custom JSON script. So this is the extra step that I installed. That extension provide me these features. Okay, so how you can extend it, we also have a documentation for it to teach you how to extend it yourself. So if you want to, you have some company specific things, you want to use the proprietary reply library to do something, and then create an extension so that you have options right in the recorder itself to export it, you can do it. Okay, so I have talked about all the good things, so you might want to start try out now. But there are also some current limitations, and I want to share like some future plans as well. Or if you have some features that you think that we should add after this session, you can come talk to me as well. So there are these things that are not supported yet, like the drag and drop actions that you have. We currently do not support that yet. And the selecting text, basically, is also a drag, like you select the full text and then you click copy or something. That is also not supported. And if you are using autocomplete data entry, like your credit card entry or whatever thing, we also don't support autocomplete. You might type it yourself so that we can capture the actions. Okay, and previously, another two like high demand actions that people would like us to support is the hover, double click, and right click. Recently, with the latest Canary version, the nightly version, we already support the hover and double click. So which is a good thing. Or maybe I still have time, so I can do a quick demo on that. So let's go back to my, not coffee, go to this double click and right click. So when I double click, I can expand this card. When I right click, I can select whatever action that I have. So I can actually record this. Just delete it. I can start recording. And then I can double click it. So you see that it's captured as double click. And I can right click on it and select action 3. And now I stop. So you see that it actually captured the double click. And the right click is captured as a click. But it actually have a button called secondary button here. So secondary button means it's a right click. So if you replayed it, this actually will show you the right click action as well. So that is supported. And some of the top next features that is currently not available yet is to select a text by matching the on-screen text. So you don't want to like select the selector. You just want to say that please select the selector where the text, the on-screen text is a name or an email or something. You want to match the on-screen text, and you want to be able to replay the user flow in your preferred viewport. Like for example, if you select you want to run in like a Pixel 5 viewport, by default you see that just now it will open the full screen for you. Then you need to manually set the viewport itself, then it will run. So there are some works that we need to do that. And some users say that I don't need you to do the first navigation step, because wherever we do navigation, we will refresh the page and restart it. So some of you say, no, don't restart the page for me. I just want you that when I go to that page, you run all the steps that I configured, just run that. So currently, they are not be able to skip the navigation step yet, but soon we can. And the other two top features that people requested, we already do it recently, which is replay in a slower speed. Just now during the demo, I've shown you, and you want to be able to control the replay to be able do debugging like step through. This one I haven't shown you yet, so that is also possible now. Okay, let me just import back my order of coffee. So let's say you want to debug it step by step, right? So what you can do is from here, you see this icon, you can set a stop step here, like you're debugging. And then when you start replay, it will just stop at the step. And then because it's easier for you to see what's happening on the screen, right? Then you say that, okay, you can either click here, continue, or click here, execute one step. So you can control execute one more step. It's actually click on the cafe latte already, and then go to the next step, which is click on the other thing already. So you can execute step by step or just continue the flow. So it's even more control that you have to replay your user flow. Okay, so see, we listen to you to improve that. But first, you need to give us feedback. Like some users said, oh, your features sucks, your feature is not good, but why don't do that? But you need to report it so that we know. Okay, so for this particular panel, you can click on here to send a feedback. I will open. So if I open this one, you can see that already a long list the feedback that the user sending. Oh, this is good, this is not bad, but I want more. So if you have, you can also add a comment here. I will there's a real human, which is me and my teammate. Will be reading the comment and see what we can build for you. And if you want to report general DevTools bug, it's also you can using the same screen here. Wait, go back here. You can actually here help, and you report a DevTools issue. So that you report a DevTools issue to us to let us know what are the issues that you're currently facing. Okay. Another thing that we are planning to do as well is a future is that Lighthouse panel is one of the popular panels that we all are using. So maybe that when you do some actions, because currently Lighthouse also the panel also have a new features, which you can actually select different mode to do the actions. So let's say you create a time span mode here. You do the same action. What if we will also capture all the steps for you when you record the Lighthouse here and always let you to replay and generate a Lighthouse report for you, or maybe integrate it with your CI/CD. So this is the things that we are also planning to do in the future. If you are keen on performance measurement, this will even make the process easier for you. Okay, so remember, please keep your feedback coming if you're interested in the feature. We are active on develop that. And thanks. If you want to learn more, you can go to this link here, and you can follow me on social media. My Twitter is Jackfish, or you can find Jesseline Yin, because my name is very unique. You don't find another people called Jesseline Yin. Okay, and I do monthly video on what's new in DevTools. So I'm basically a YouTuber as well. So if you want to follow, sorry. So if you want to follow us on our YouTube channel, it's a Google Chrome channel specifically. Yeah, so the latest release is this one. Yeah. Not bad, 16K. This is a 14K. This is a new video. Yeah. So we have different. You go to Google Chrome developers channel. So these are all our videos. If you want to follow all the good stuff happening on the web, and what are the things that happen in CSS, which is the next talk will be about CSS, Flexbox, and Grid. Yeah. So you can follow the channel and learn about all the things in the browser, not just DevTools. Okay. Thank you. everyone. Yeah, we can start Q&A session. Don't clap yet. We can start Q&A. Hold your clap. Any questions? Yeah. Or any feature requests, you can also ask. Okay.
Quick questions about the recording. Does it support cross-tab recording?
Cross-tab recording currently not supported yet. It's also in one of the one of the requests that we see people are talking about. But we can do iframe. So if your same page have an iframe, we support that as well if you're recording in iframe. But let's say you are open the tab and then you open another new tab. Currently, that is not supported yet. Especially like if you are using like payments, you write a payments, then you open a new tab, right? That is not supported yet. But we know that and it's in our list. Just that it's not on the top list that people request. Yeah. Put that in the feedback, but I will write that as well.
Yeah, hi. Many years ago, I did a lot of user interface behavioral analysis. So this looks remarkably similar to an in-house tool that I used before. So, but you intended this to be used for bug reporting tools, right?
For user flow automation, basically.
Sorry.
Okay, bug reporting is just one of the use case. But it's the bigger use case is automate your user flow, let you test your websites, the functions work correctly. Yeah.
Okay. So it's a two-part question. Okay. So one, does it capture mouse movements? And number two, can we record and replay in live time frame mode?
Okay, it doesn't capture your mouse movement, it capture your mouse action. That's why the drag and drop doesn't work yet, because we did not capture your drag. We are still thinking like how to capture your drag, because you remember actually the drag is like more specific, you click and then you move. But mouse movement is harder because you imagine you always move your mouse, right? Then if I capture, means that you can see a lot of steps like capture like that. So we haven't have a solution to, we did not, this is not in our top request list as well. So we did not intend to capture the movement, but for the drag and drop, we are working on that to see how we can capture that. Okay. Yeah. And the second question is the time frame mode. Can you explain what is the time frame mode?
In live time frame, like if we did an action that took us maybe 100 milliseconds or 1000 milliseconds, does it capture?
Oh, yeah. Okay. You mean the amount of time?
Yes.
The amount of time currently doesn't show here yet, but if you export it, to the performance panel just now, from there you actually can see like how long is the action. But we did not. So I think this is also a good features to have, is after you replay that time, we should show you like how long this step, how long, like when you click replay the time, maybe somewhere here we show like how long this step will take. It will probably be good as well. But it actually doesn't, how to say, doesn't give you a very clear idea on how the step is as well, because you can replay it in a very slow mode. So if you replay very slow mode, then the time will be longer. That might not be that accurate if we show the time here. But I will see how we can show it here, because now you need to export it to the performance insight panel, or the performance panel, in order to see the timing there. Yeah. Yes.
What about cookie values?
Cookie value. Cookie values is just using, so whatever you have on the page, you just have the cookies value. Okay, but if you say that you want to edit your cookies value before the step, you can actually add a step before or after, and then use the wait for expression to add your cookies value there. So
when you export the cookie values, is exported.
Oh no, when you export the cookies value, it's not exported.
Okay. So I was just wondering if I want to test it, for example, in ads, right? So I want to reproduce the same with the other people. Like I want to share the JSON.
You want the same cookies.
Yeah.
Okay. So the cookies value is not exported at the moment. Yeah. So you only export your step. Maybe I can show you the export the file. Yeah. The structure here. I already have one here. No, the JSON file. So that's the structure here. We'll export, like you set the viewport, like your navigation step, wherever you click, what are the selector, where's the position of that, of your mouse at that point of time. So these are the information that we exported. We do not export any cookies value. Yeah. I think that will be, I actually do not know. I will ask, maybe, would it be something like not very secure as well? I will check on that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any more questions? Yes. Hey, did I run out my time? Let me know if I run out my time.
I want to ask, the replay is history, just a history, or it's like let's say I do a record, after that I remove my website. So the replay still working or not?
Oh, the replay will not be working because the replay will be alive. So wherever you replay is actually go to navigate your website and then replay all the steps. One of the requests that I see people asking is to be able to export it as a video so that you can send the video to others, say that, oh, it's actually working, something like that. So, but that is not yet inside here. Yeah, so the replay is always live.
So which means if I user A is see different copy, right? So after that I finish a record, I send to the developer. So developer use another account to log in. Maybe we'll see a different product. Is it?
That's correct. Yeah. So unless you have a step, you have your setup step, like your pre-step, that you make sure that you can, like for example, just like if you add a step before, after, and then you set you have a global function or something, you call that JavaScript function, set all the background settings, run it, then you can have the same setting. Yeah.
Because after every time we create a record, we will save locally or we will save in a Google account. That's first question. Second question is, can we schedule the task?
Okay, these are very good questions. First, it's saved in your local. It doesn't save inside your any Google account. So it's always in your local. We don't save your test file. But there's also one of the features that some people is asking, like, oh, can we save to Google Drive so that we can straight away share with others? It's not currently possible yet. Yeah, so in DevTools, whatever happened in DevTools, stay in DevTools. Okay, and then, so you feel safe, right? Okay, the second one is, schedule. Okay, schedule is currently not possible here. But what you can do is you export it as a JSON, then you do the scheduling in your GitHub using GitHub Actions or in your CI/CD to schedule that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, more questions here.
Can it record the map interaction? Web map interaction.
Web map.
Interaction, like panning, zooming, and all that stuff.
Oh, zooming is not possible because zooming is a grab. Panning is also not possible because we only capture like the clay and stuff and move like that. Yeah, so it's not possible yet. Panning is what the thing like, yeah, we know what is panning. Okay. Yeah, it's not possible yet. Yeah. Okay. Do you always test on the map?
Yeah, because I'm working with map application.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. I'll add that. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, good. Good. Am I on time? 2 more minutes. Okay. So thank you. Okay, so if you want to know like the latest features, like not the latest, you want just a summary of what do we have built last year. We recently have a Google I/O. I mean the Google I/O. So you can go to my talk here, I/O 22 DevTools. So I actually summarize this photo is or it's just this face nicer. So there's I summarized the top 4 features that the currently for the last 1 year that we have worked on and we have built for you to use. Okay, I think that's all. I give you some time to go toilet before the next talk. And thank you everyone. Yeah, nice to see you.
The mic a bit far from my face. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. If I don't use the mic, y'all can hear me, right? Okay, cause this mic very far from my face, so it's like not my fault. Okay. So it's been a very long time since I come back to KL. Since COVID started, so it's very nice to be here. I want to thank the organizers for allowing me to come and talk to you all about a topic that like not a lot of people like, but I like. I'm here to talk to you about CSS. So my name is Hui Jing, and I'm currently based in Singapore, and I'm working as a front-end developer. And I also know that CSS is not everybody's cup of tea. Like some of you might fall asleep during this, so it's okay. Tired, I forgive you today, Saturday. But I'm not here to tell you to love CSS as much as I do. But regardless of your feelings about CSS, if you happen to work on front end, odds are you will still need to cross paths with CSS somehow lah. And again, you don't have to love it. Like I also don't like a lot of things, but I will still do because need to pay my bills, right? So CSS one of those things, okay? But the good thing about CSS that is now, right, 2022, is easier than before to build layouts that are suitable for the web. And when I talk about the web, right, web quite special. Let me close this because I also don't want notifications. The web is special because if you think about it, it's the one medium, right, where the things that you build guaranteed will not be viewed in exactly the same way you view one. Because, you know, some people, like technology move very fast. Then some people say, oh, I use voice. No. Today, even the people watching online, you're looking at me through a screen, right? Cannot run away from screen. Designing layouts is slightly different from what you are used to if you do something fixed. So technology now, your screens can be as small as a watch face, can be as big as a 70-inch HD TV. And you, if you are a designer, you developer, creator, you cannot control. You can't say, oh, everybody must view on like this size. Cannot. People view on a watch, they view on a watch. What are you going to do? Right? So what this means is that the way we think about designing layouts on the web must be different. Your mental model needs to be a bit different. And the tools that we use also must be more suited to this like fluid medium. And luckily for us now, what the browsers support, Flexbox and Grid, across all major browsers do it very well already. You cannot use the excuse that, oh, not supported. Someone IE recently retired already. So you all need a new excuse. If you don't want to use new excuse, guys. But with Flexbox and Grid, right, your toolbox is like level up already. Okay, I'm here to explain how much it has leveled up. So the interesting thing about Grid and Flexbox is they were both introduced after the web evolved to something more than a document viewer. Like very early on, web just used to view text only, document viewer. But then a few years later, people were like, hey, I can view ads with this, view ads can earn money, right? So then everybody start building apps. But the problem is when you build apps, right, it's a bit more complicated. You got more things on the screen. And then how, if you got many things on the screen, how you going to lay them out, right? So last time, very leceh. Last time, if you have used floats before, you'll know that you have to make the adjustments onto the items themselves. So if you have block boxes or you have inline boxes, right, they're very shock sendiri. They don't know about the people on their left, their right. And if you want to arrange all the boxes on your page in a certain way, right, one by one, you must go and adjust, right? So for example, here, I want my 3 items to line up nicely, 3 columns. What to do? Each of your box, you must go to the box and say, hi box, can you please be 33%? And then you repeat for all 3 of your box, then you got 3 boxes. Even if you do inline block the same, you must go and you must set the width individually. So you can think about it like yeah, everybody shock sendiri. But when it comes to Flexbox and Grid, this is the different mental model. Flexbox and Grid, they use something called a parent-child relationship. So what you do is, when you apply the display property on the parent, right, the immediate children all will be affected. And you can kind of control all the children together in this manner. So the children items themselves will also kind of have an awareness of the sibling items in the same formatting context. One thing to remember is that this relationship doesn't extend into the nested items. So like something to remember if you debugging, because a lot of times some of us, we cannot fully control the markup. Someone else write, CMS write, like, you know, and or if you are working with components that are very nested, sometimes like it's spread over. If you higher level component, then maybe your styles are separate. Then we're like, how come display, my display is so funny? Then you inspect like, oh, nested. So it's something to keep in mind when you are doing debugging. So, okay, basic. So if you set the display property to flex, you don't need to do anything else. Everything kind of like fall into place. This is because when you set the display of a box to flex, it creates this formatting context, a flex formatting context for all the immediate children. And elements in the flex formatting context, they have a different set of behaviors from a block box or inline box. They unique in their own way. So what are these behaviors? There's no margin collapse. When you do block boxes, the margins collapse between the child and the parent one. But in a flex formatting context, there's no margin collapse. Float and clear have no effect, so don't bother. Vertical align also no effect, don't bother. It's because the flex formatting context operates differently. To remember that operates differently. So when you try to vertical align your flex box and it doesn't work, it's the same as if I'm standing in this room and I'm like, hey, ladies, please stand up. The gentleman won't move, because doesn't apply to me. So it's the same concept. Just think of it that way. The only thing that does work is the absolute positioning still works. So you can still absolutely position a flex child somewhere. So again, think about it. Like flex items, they are flex boxes. They are different from all the other boxes that you knew before. And my favorite thing to say is that everything on the web is a box. And box, I know you say like, but what about the round things on the web? It's just a box with the corner cut off, right? But everything on the web is still a box. So the term flex box is short form for flexible box. So it means that the size of your flex box can grow and shrink to adapt to the amount of free space available in the parent container. So free space is this very interesting concept that new layout models, Flexbox and Grid, they focus on controlling free space. I'll explain more later. And so this concept of flexible growth, right, is actually completely different from what most web developers are used to when it was first introduced. So actually quite confusing. When it started, I also very confused. Everybody confused together. This is because, right, the size of your flex box, like if you saw the first two examples, right, when I tell the box 33%, it quite come up 33%. Like very straightforward relationship. Like I ask you 500 pixels, you come up 500 pixels. Easy to understand, one-to-one relationship. But for Flexbox, the values that you set on the box themselves may or may not be the end size. Because after you set the value, right, there's extra calculation that go on top. So the good thing about today is that DevTools, this is a Google event, but unfortunately, for now, this calculation only Firefox got. But okay. So I mean, it's okay. Like all the browsers are friends. So for it, the Firefox DevTools actually shows you what are the additional calculations. At first, I'm confused. Then I see these numbers, then I'm less confused. So I'm hoping if I share with you all also will be less confused with me. So I will show more detailed examples soon. But basics first. So the flex property itself only applies onto the flex item. And it specifies how the box needs to grow or shrink. So flex is actually shorthand for three separate longhand properties, which is grow, shrink, and flex basis. So the specification, if you read the specification, and I always say this, but I know nobody read the specification, so I read for you all. I read already, then I tell you. Specifications say that ideally try to use flex, the shorthand, instead of the individual flex grow, flex shrink, flex basis, because when you use this particular shorthand, it will reset the other components to they call it reasonable defaults. Yeah, so I guess you know if the spec asks you to do it, there's a good reason. So ideally do it lah. Okay, demo time. Let's hope StreamYard still works. Open new tab. If the demo fail, there's just live lah. Everybody just accept. Is it small? Is it too small? Can see. Wait. Okay. I must learn from Jaslyn and zoom big. Dun. Bigger?
One more.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So the most basic. I gotta say. If you need to see the calculation, use Firefox. But if you just want to see the overlay, everybody also got Chrome. Chrome got flex overlay. Everybody. So when you turn on if you go to inspector and then you click on the what should we call this? Tag. You click on the tag, you can see the overlay. So the overlay will show you how much space each of your flex items take up, and then also show you the free space. So that's the most basic one. But now what I want to do is I want to explain the different flex properties. So first one is flex grow, and actually flex grow is reasonably straightforward to understand once you know. But we must use numbers. Yes. So in this example, right? Like I said, if you don't do anything to your flex items, the default value come up is 0, 1, and auto. So for this example, all I did is I set the parent to 800. And then each of the child items, there are 3, right? A is 170, B is 140, and C is 160. So how much free space do you have? I won't ask you to do math. 330, I count for you already. 330 pixels. So flex grow itself determines how much of the free space should be distributed to all the flex items. So if you think about it, it's only relevant if your container is bigger than the width of all your individual flex items. Because if not bigger, then there's no free space, then like don't need to play already, right? So that's the thing. Remember, this grow only is relevant in this scenario. So now that we have 330 pixels, I think you can think like I spend time thinking about these numbers, so the number is round, okay? Otherwise you get a lot of decimal points. But because of these round numbers, it's easier to understand. So now I have 330 pixels. I need to distribute them among these three. So how? The distribution is done based on your flex growth value. So the flex growth itself, it's a number value that determines the growth factor. It's like ratio like that. So to keep things straightforward, I choose to let everybody grow the same rate. So everybody's flex growth is set to 1. So when everyone's flex growth is set to 1, you have 330 pixels of free space and you have 3 items that need to grow. So everybody grow by how much? Well done, everybody can do maths. Yes. So if you go to the layout panel, you can see that the browser, that's exactly what the browser do. It says, okay, the width that I set was 170, but my end result is not 170. It's because the flex grow is 1. So it has to grow by 110. So its end size is actually 280. And the others is the same. Then become 250 and 270. Let the browser do maths lah. Why own self do? So that's how it works. So you can play around with, depending on the end result that you want. Maybe your application, you want certain things to grow, or you want certain things to grow at a different rate. You can play around with the ratios. So I want to keep things simple. So for the next example, I'm like, okay, only A and B grow, C don't grow. So now you have 330 pixels of free space, divide between 2 items. So each person get how many free space? Well done, everybody. Maths good. Okay, so correct, 165. And you can also see it here. And that's pretty much how it works. I think conceptually, flex grow is reasonably straightforward to understand. The algorithm is not that bad. So after flex grow, the next one is flex shrink. So flex shrink very similar to flex grow. It's just in the opposite direction. So if it determines how much your flex item needs to shrink when there's not enough space. So this one is only relevant when the parent container is smaller than the total weight of your content. Because otherwise you don't need to shrink, right? It's very logical. Everybody is very logical one. It's not confusing, So the calculations of how a flex item to shrink is not as straightforward. So again, the text is very small, so I will say it out loud. The algorithm got about 4 steps. Let's look at the example first. Again, I thought very hard about the numbers so that come out the number nice. So now I have a parent container that's 600, but my children, I set the width to 150, 140, and 300. 150 plus 450 plus 300 is, well done, is 900. But my container is only 600, so everybody need to shrink. We need to shrink by 300. Everybody also need to shrink. So for this example, I didn't do anything to the flex children. So by default, the flex children themselves have flex grow of 0. Everyone has flex shrink of 1. Means everybody will shrink at the same amount. So how much you think that, oh wait, I got 300 of, I need to shrink 300, I got 3 items, everyone shrink 100. No, that's not how it works. So got formula and the formula. First thing you need to do is, you not you. You don't need to do anything. Browser do for you. So I'm going to tell you what the browser do. Browser will take the flex shrink value, then multiply by flex basis. So let's just talk about A lah. A, you take flex basis is 1, multiply by 150, flex shrink times flex basis. Then you take that value, you divide by everybody's flex basis. So 150 divided by 900. And then you take this number and then you times by the amount that needs to be shrunk. And you get 50 pixels. You don't need to know this. Honestly, you don't really need to know this because browser do it for you. It's just kind of good to know, like trivia, like, hey, I know how flex shrink calculate, and then nobody cares because it's not important. Browser do it for you already. But that's pretty much how it works. So it's not that everybody shrinks by 100. Item A shrink by 50, item B shrink by 150, item C shrink by 100. But that's how it works. It's a ratio thing to a certain extent. Then the last of the 3 is called flex basis. And to me, I feel this property very important. It's kind of a big key to understanding how sizing works in Flexbox because it determines what is the starting value of how the browser calculates things. So remember, it's a starting value. The final size is has to be determined after all the calculations. So it may or may not be the end size lah. So when we don't, the default again is auto. So usually auto will resolve to the content width. Content width basically is how much space it needs to lay everything out one line. So I have a very rubbish example. There's a short one, there's word, this is a sentence, this is a much longer sentence. So if we check the length of the longer sentence is about 455 pixels, right? So when you look at the calculations, the browser will start calculating from 455 when it's auto. But if you set an explicit width on your item, so highlight this. Because I set the width to 300, the browser is going to start calculating from 300. That's the width. If you have both width and flex basis present, flex basis will kind of like win. And so your item's starting size becomes 250. So that's how it works when you're using flex. Because I think maybe sometimes you're like, hey, I set the width to 500, why come out not 500? Sometimes it might be your flex basis. So that's something that is good to understand. So just a reminder again, because just now we talked a lot about free space, right? When you, under normal circumstances, flex grow is based on the amount of free space left. And left after your content width is minus off. They aren't considered free space. So when you look at something like this example, right? So I've set the flex grow to 1. So by right, if got free space, everyone grow at the same rate. And the basis is auto. So the starting size is the content width. So that's why when you look at the width of all the different items, it's like they are not equal. They're not equal because their starting size was different when the calculation happened. If you really want all your items to be exactly the same width, is possible. In order to do that, right, you have to tell the browser to ignore content size. So when you set the flex basis to 0, the browser doesn't take into account content size anymore. So what this means is that the browser will assume everything in your parent container can divide. So in this particular instance, how long? Let's see if I can get a nice round number. It just. I don't want decimal point. Okay, 370. Nice. So for example, if my parent container is 1110, I can tell the browser, okay, this 1110 all can divide one. So when you set the flex basis to 0, the browser just ignores the content size and okay, I start from 0. So 1110 divided by 3 is, I also don't know. Browser say 370. So if you look at all three, they are all three the same size and all three are 370. This is based on all this behavior, I think there's enough variation that you can pretty much get everything the same, the size that you would like it to lay out very flexibly. So I think that's the point. That's the point of why it behaves like that. Is because I cannot guarantee, like right now here standing in front of me, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens, and then all of them different sizes one. You cannot guarantee that your layout is gonna be exactly the same size. So this flexibility is actually very good because it can allow the individual components of your application or your website, right, to grow and shrink based on the different ratios and sizes of a screen. So I think this is actually a very good thing, even if it's a little bit complicated to understand, right? So let's go back. Basics covered. Another interesting feature of Flexbox I think is worth talking about is direction, because content flow is actually very closely related to writing system. Writing system is like the direction that your words will flow. So here a lot of us can speak English, speak Malay, the writing mode is top to bottom, left to right, right? But I mean, writing system got a lot of different direction one. If you see like Jawi or Hebrew, then it goes from right to left. If you see the traditional Japanese, Chinese, is vertical, right to left. If you see traditional Mongolian, is vertical but left to right. So a lot of directions your content can flow. But when you think about things on the web, right, usually it's just mostly left to right. And if before Flexbox, if you wanted to do something weird, like bottom to top, you probably cannot do it. You probably cannot do it. You probably need to use JavaScript to like reorder the source or something. But with flex directions, so there's a property called flex direction. They're like, oh, you want what direction? Any direction also can. Every direction. Like, why are we limiting you do whatever you want, right? So this is quite interesting because default is row, so like very straightforward, left to right. When you swap it to column, so I think that's the most common use case I see today is either left to right or to bottom. So you switch it to column, then it's this way. But there's actually a reverse. There's a reverse option to this. So if you put a dash reverse on your flex direction, right, it can start from the right. And the most fun thing, I personally think, I think column reverse is damn fun. But I wonder, is it because nobody knows that you can do this? Because sometimes it's like, if you don't know something exists, you won't bother. But now that you know that it exists, then maybe you can do something funny with it. I'm not the most creative person, but I'm sure there's some design use case for this. I just need someone more creative to think about it. But it's just good to know that this exists. That's a fun fact. But as nice as Flexbox is, there's a limitation. Or cannot say limitation. It's just that Flexbox is not meant to create actual grid that got x and y axis. No, because actually most of the layout models, right, is single dimension in the sense that everything is just supposed to come after one another. And then if you look at this diagram of these very cute boxes, you're like, hey, got grid what? There is 3 rows and 4 columns. No, fake one. Because all the grids that we used to do is just because we make everybody the same size. So then they're like, oh, I just happen to line up like my bottom got like people neatly below me. But if you ask, item 1 doesn't actually know that item 5 is directly below it one. Because why my diagram like that? Okay, let's see if I can do this. Yeah, I want to say that. Oh yeah, I tested on my machine and it looked fine. Sorry. That was a very. Wait. Okay. I'm just going to make this. Yeah, just delete it, huh? Cannot delete. Okay. Just pretend that this is not broken. The moment that your boxes are different sizes, the column just gone already, because there's no actual grid. The grid, right, is we kind of magically made the grid exist with the power of maths. That's why a lot of people use grid libraries, because the grid libraries do the maths for you, and then all you need to do is put the correct CSS class. But I'm like, why do you all like to do maths? Browser can do maths better than you. So the nice thing about CSS grid is that they actually really legit got grid. Cause even though you see everyone is the same shape, they will line up nicely. Even if they are the different shapes, they will still line up nicely. Because what CSS grid does is that it really allocates things based on the X and Y axis. And later when I talk about the syntax, you'll see that it's actually, they really go with that concept like. So the code for the most basic grid is not that complicated. You only need 3 lines. You tell the parent, and actually all of the grid setup is done on the parent container. The kids, you basically just need to place them. But the actual grid, your actual layout is only set on the parent container. And we'll go into this in a demo. Hopefully the demo doesn't fail. But so all you need is to set a display grid ready. Then you need to define how many columns you want. You use grid template rows. You define how many rows you want. You can use grid template. So column row. So the syntax itself is also, if you look at it, it's quite visual, because if I want 3 columns, I got 3 values for column. If I want 2 rows, I got 2 values for rows. So personally, I kind of like this syntax. Okay, demo time. Hope it doesn't fail. So if we want to explain all the different properties that we have, we should have a scenario. So okay, I also got to say, even though I'm using Firefox now, if you use Chrome, Chrome also have grid, Safari also got grid. Everybody also got grid, so grid is great. Must keep saying Google. Well done, Google. So the interface for the DevTools generally the same. There will be this tag that you can click on. Then the moment you click on, then you can see the overlay, and you can see the numbers. Because the numbering is basically how grid works. It's how you define where to put stuff. So this is very basic. So the scenarios today is I want a grid with 4 equal columns, and then between each column I want to get 20 pixel gap, arbitrary value. So okay, let's try. First thing, you can do it something like this. You can say, okay, everyone 200, then I get 20, right? I just define 220, 220. So it kind of works. You can see that there's a grid and there's a gap, but the gap is actually not a 4 by 2 already. It's actually like a 7. Or actually it should be a 7 by. It should be a 7 by 3 by right, because if you want the grid, you want to get at the row also, then it will become a 7 by 3 grid, which is, it works. But then because the gap columns that you define are actually also columns, right? There might be a situation where you accidentally put content into the gap, which is like, that's a bit fail. So it's okay because grid gives us this new property called gap. And gap is great because it's very clean. If you want to have gaps between your columns, I love it because the property name it what is it a gap? It's a gap, call it gap. So the property name is gap. Once you put 20, it automatically generates the gaps, and there's no danger that your content will fall into the gap one. So it's good. This is actually and if you look at syntax, it's better. It's actually really 4 values for 4 columns and two values for 2 rows. That's not bad. But if you say just now, it's like, oh wait, 200 pixels is a bit too fixed, right? Like, what's all this free space here? Like, no, I just now thought about all this nonsense about responsive, so you must make it responsive. So now I want 4 columns. 4 columns. My math teacher say if you 100% divide by 4, 25. So let's use 25% as the, if I want 4 responsive columns, right? So it should look okay. So I turn it on, and what is this? What is this? What is this annoying? I can't even. What's this annoying overlap? What's happening? Let me tell you what's happening. It's overflowing because, yes, correct. The gap value plus 100% exceed 100%. So it's like, oh yeah, push you out of overflow. So if you want to use percentages, you kind of have to take into account the amount of gap that you are putting and kind of do some maths around it. So yes, we can do maths. We can do something like this, where you say, okay, I have 4 columns, means I got 3 gaps. My 3 gaps times 20 becomes 60. So I must take 100% minus 60, whole thing divided by 4, and then do it 4 times. Then I'll get this. Like, nice, no overflow. But like this line, very annoying. This line is very ridiculous. It's not dry, man. This is very long. It's not unacceptable. So the next feature of grid that I want to talk about is repeat. So what repeat allows you to do is it does let you dry up your code quite a bit. The end result is exactly the same. These two, it's just the code looks neater. Repeat takes 2 arguments. It's a function. So your first value is how many times you want the pattern to repeat. So here I kept it simple, but actually here you can actually declare as many values as you want, and the number will just repeat the whole pattern wholesale. So here I'm like, okay, that this funny calculation, I repeat 4 times, which is fine, which is good, but it's still ridiculous, right? Like if you want to change the size of your grid, you want to change number of columns, you have to do all these maths over again. And like I said, don't do maths yourself. Browser can do it better than you, right? So the last thing I want to talk about as a great feature is FR. So what FR does is that is a flexible length unit. And officially, the official definition is that it represents the fraction of leftover space in the grid container. But what this does is that it can kind of neatly can detect, it will account for the gap for you. Because when you use FR, the browser understands that the gap should not count into your actual grid column size. So your code can end up being wait, let me turn this off first. Don't want area name yet. So now your code looks super neat. You just say repeat one FR 4 times. And you end up with a very neat column, doesn't overflow, has all the gaps. And so these are the features that were introduced by grid, these additional properties. They only apply to grid. So far, right, all these grids empty. So like, okay, we need to start placing items inside. So placing of items, again, is that's pretty much all you do when you're using grid. You do your entire setup. You're like, oh, sometimes you might want something very junky. I'm like, oh, first one flexible, this one 200 don't. Like you plan the whole thing on the parent. And then after that, for the items, right, it's just, oh, you go here, you go there, you go everywhere. So for when you don't do anything, by default, is a very intuitive behavior. Everything ABCD, one after another. And without doing anything, everyone just goes in, everyone's size is one cell. So that's if you don't declare anything on the items. But if you want very specific sizes or places that you want your items to go, the syntax for it will look like, what like that? The syntax for it will look like this. So you define where the column start, where the column end, where the row starts, where the row end. So you use grid column. For item A here, I say you start from grid column 2, end grid column 4, start grid row 1, end grid row 3. So it's it takes up 4 cells. For everyone else, because I only decided to place A, B, C, and D, they will just again fill up whatever remaining space. That's like how the algorithm works. Place items that are placed, the browser will lay out first. Everyone else just fill up space. So that's pretty much how it works. If you later I show a more chunky example, just in case not enough time. But now that you have this concept of placing items in specific spots on a grid, overlapping become very easy already. I'm not sure about you, but like throughout the course of my career, the designers that I work with, they're like, oh yeah, we should have something overlapping because it looks more sophisticated. Well, then I'm like, overlap, wow, damn hard, overlap. Sometimes you have to do, I'm like, oh, okay, I have a negative margin. Then if negative margin, like, okay. Or like, but it's like, oh, can we move it a bit? Then they want it to be more specific. Okay, I position absolute. Position absolute is the worst. You know why? Because when you position absolute, right, it's taken out of flow and then everything goes under. Then it's like, no, it's covering. I'm like, then you don't design overlap lah. But cannot, because I need to pay my bills. So I need to write a lot of extra code just to get it done, because like, you know, you all need to pay rent. But now that you have grid, the overlapping becomes a lot more straightforward, because you can just assign where you want things to go. And I feel the behavior is quite intuitive from before, in that source order is followed. So if here, right, I on purpose I put A right in the middle and then I put B on top. You know based on the way that browser renders things is that the source order comes on top of each other. So that's why A is actually under B, and B is, you cannot see the word A is underneath. C will go on top of B, on top of D. And you can change this if you want the order to change, you can kind of tweak the Z index. But overall, I think it's quite intuitive, and you can kind of do overlapping designs more easily than before. I won't say it's the easiest thing, but it's like easier lah. Like makes life easier for everybody. And you'll keep your designers happy also. The one more interest, and okay, grid got grid actually has a lot of properties, but I'm just highlighting the ones that I feel that are most practical to me when I'm actually doing stuff. The one very useful one I feel is you can name grid areas. So that was the thing that I was displaying just now. After you define your grid, you say, oh, I want 4 columns and I want 2 rows, right? You can assign specific areas and you can name them. So after you do your columns and rows, you can think of it as like a label like that. So the syntax is your rows are represented by quotes. So you can see, right, this is a representation of the first row and they are in quotes. This one is a representation. The next line in quotes is the next row. And you can name what the area should be. Here I just be very straightforward. I just use A, B, and C. You can actually use emojis. I've seen people use emojis. You can use actual words. You can say like house, boat, Google. And then after that, how it works is that you just tell your item, you go in the area. So again, it's like kind of planning your thing on the parent level. So on purpose, I only give A, B, and C, because if D has no space to go, again, it's quite smart. You're like, oh, this space, you'll find the first available space you can fit in, and then you're just going to sit there. Like, so smart. I love it. But this name grid area is I find it very useful when you're doing responsive design, because at the end of the day, right, there'll be you can't really, unless your design really from 20 pixels to 20,000 pixels, all one column. They're like, yeah, I don't need to write breakpoints. Who needs breakpoints? Everyone else needs breakpoints, okay? So instead, can you imagine, like here is straightforward, like got four items. If I really want to place all the 4 items differently at every breakpoint, it's not too bad. But let's say your layout is a bit more chunky, you got like more, like maybe 20 elements, right? If you one by one go and rearrange, a bit leceh. But when you do it with grid, for example, if I got 5 breakpoints, right? What I can do is I can change the grid at each of the 5 breakpoints without changing my grid area. Basically, I change the area where I want my element to be at each breakpoint. So all my code will be centered around my container. If I got 20 elements, do whatever. The 20 elements will always be in their allocated spot. So that's why I think there's a very good practical aspect to this. So that's great. What's next? Can't even memorize my own presentation. That's how terrible it is. The last thing I want to talk about is alignment. Because alignment, okay, it's not that magical, but alignment really ties this whole layout thing together. Because after you macro layout everything, you want to do micro adjustments, you can use the box alignment properties, which is a lot more intuitive than before, because alignment was first introduced for Flexbox. So I know that because it's been so popular, right? There's been discussion in like, oh, maybe we should backfill the functionality into the old style, the block boxes and inline should do this also. But maybe in the far future, because it's not a sexy new property like, oh, cascade layers or like that. And then everyone like, oh, we should ship it now. It's very vanilla, so maybe it won't ship soon, but it's being considered. For now, alignment properties only work for Flex and Grid, but it's really very useful. There are 6, and I think this one, I don't think you can get around not. Okay, I can. You can Google everything nowadays, so you don't really have to memorize, but it's good to kind of understand how it works. Out of these 6 properties, Grid, if you're using Grid, all 6 can use. If you're using Flexbox, right, only 4. Which ones, I'll explain which ones don't apply. If you look at the set, the first 2 is the content set. The content set of alignment properties is to shift everybody within the parent container. If the parent container got extra space, you can shift. That's for content. Items are applied to each of the individual children inside their area. So justify items and align items allows you to shift the individual Flex or Grid items inside their allocated space. But justify items doesn't work for flex. Why? Because if you can go back to this, right? If you look at this diagram, the left one is grid. So the grid, there is a possibility that you can move left, you can move in both directions within your allocated space. But when it comes to flex, right? Everything is lined up one after another. There's no free space to talk about when it's along the main axis. You by default, you're just next to your friend already. There's no space. You cannot justify anything. Up and down, yes, can, because there's possibility that you got more or less space. But side by side, there's no space. So there's nothing to justify for flex. So that's how it works. Justify self and justify items. The items and self are actually the same thing. It's just that justify items got S, plural, right? It means everybody do the same thing. So you got 6 items, or all 6 of you go up, all 6 of you go down. If out of your 6, you got like one person want to shock sendiri, you can adjust using self. So actually, I feel that this syntax is fairly intuitive if you really go and think about it. So these are the box alignment properties that you can use. And then, oh my God, I'm the one standing between you and lunch, right? Okay. I try to finish this. Can we put it all together? The answer, of course, is yes. This is kind of a rhetorical question. So stupid. But yes, you can kind of use it for. So I do this like imaginary. This is so small. This imaginary like hotel website thing where I on purpose go and make the layout a bit jange. It's good. Sometimes people ask you, flex and grid, which one better? There's no better. They do different things, so you should use them together. That's how CSS works. So if your scenario is like for flex, I use it most commonly for centering things. It's very cliche, but how do you center a box? Alignment properties make it very easy. So usually I will build my navigation. I will try to use flex because very often my navigation items are not the same height one. So last time to get everything aligned center, damn difficult. It's like so much of my youth was spent centering items that were different heights. I'm like, I could done so much more things with my life, but no, now I can save time. So for this, does it show up? Where is it? Flex. So if I don't have align items, when you apply flex onto something, by default, it will just stretch. So if I want to align it center, I can use center. And then the other items are like end, start. You can do all that. But the most common use case is obviously center because apparently that's the hardest thing in the world. Now it's very easy. So you need a different challenge in your life. For the rest of it, I went with grid because this layout is kind of complicated, and so I wanted to highlight the fact that the name areas scenario is very helpful here because hopefully you can see the widest. I don't know if you all work with designers, but sometimes I get designers they do design systems that have a grid, and their grids are like at the narrow width. They will have the columns will change, and I think it makes sense. It makes sense because if it's so narrow, it doesn't make sense to have 12 columns if like your screen size is very narrow. And with grid, is reasonably straightforward to define it. So if you see an action, right, at the widest I have 12 columns, but at a slightly narrower width, it will pop to eight columns. At a narrower width again, it can pop to 4 columns, and you can do that fairly straightforward with a combination of breakpoints and grid. So you just have to redefine your grid at the different breakpoints, but your item code don't need to change. So here I got quite a few items. I just allocate them to the same areas. So regardless of whether it's a 4-column, I should have named it nicer, but like link is L1, L2, L3. What is this? SH. SH is subhead. Okay. I don't know how to name things. But the fact is that I've made all of them stay in the same area. And every time I change a breakpoint, I change the grid. So they are still in their allocated areas. It's just that when I change the breakpoint, I just move the things around on the same grid. So again, all my code is centered around the container. I didn't need to go into the individual item level to go and modify. So for me, from a developer perspective, it makes it easier to organize my code. Like I don't have to scroll 20 elements just to change. So I think this is a very particularly strong feature of Grid. And honestly, if you ask me to build this type of a layout without Grid, I would just take the design and politely tell the designer, you own self build. Because really, actually, can you think about it? Like, to do all these offsets without something like Grid, it's not say cannot, but you really have to write a lot of code to do it. I feel that with Grid, layouts like this become more possible. And honestly, I think the designers also happier because instead of hearing no all the time, you're like, I actually can lah. Because you cannot make it sound very easy, right? You're like, yeah, can lah. So there's like, keep your designers honest. So hopefully, after this, you won't find CSS as annoying as before. Again, you don't have to love it, but if it needs to pay your bills, it makes sense to do it easier, right? Yeah. So okay, thank you everyone for listening. Can go eat lunch now. Okay. I got question. Like you go eat lunch, right? Like okay. Like.
I just want to say that just now for the alignment, actually Chrome DevTools have one thing that Firefox.
Okay. Sure. This one I know. Yeah. This one I understand. Yes. Okay. What does Chrome have, but Firefox don't have? This is not a quiz question. Sorry, I don't have swag for you. Let's see. Let me take copy. Then, oh no, I don't know how to operate my computer. Open. Full screen. Oh wait, I should use the demo, huh? Okay. Demo. It's not called demo. Hotel. Okay. Okay, we must show you a Chrome only functionality, everybody. Yeah. First, let's zoom. Then you click on flex. See, Chrome also got. So then you can see the overlay, very good. And then if you go down in the elements panel, can I move it up? Okay. Scroll, code. You see this cute little icon that if you play mahjong, it looks like 六索. You click on it. Click on the 六索, everybody. Click on it, and then you can see this is something that I think only Chromium did, is that you can do instead of typing, you can kind of, they use visual representation. I think the icons make sense. To me, it makes sense that because it looks very similar to the like Figma, those design tools when they do the alignment. So you can actually adjust and see how it looks like directly from the DevTools, and it also does directions. It also does wrapping. So this is quite a nice feature. That Chrome has, nobody else has. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my DevTools friend. Okay, any other question? Don't have, right? Okay, everybody go eat lunch. Yay! Invoice.
Give it after the event.
Oh.
So you have to stay.
Force you to stay.
What time come back for the session?
Yes. So now it's 12:25. Maybe you can come back.
Sorry. Hello， 好久不见。100年了。
Good afternoon, guys. Are you all full?
No.
No. Downstairs still got some more food, so you can get as much as one later on. So I'm sure all of you are super probably food coma right now, right? I don't think you guys will be. I hope you guys don't sleep in my session, right? So who knows that when you're sleeping, I will start passing out sweat, and then when you wake up, it will stop. Yeah. So hi everyone, I'm Shangi. Right now I'm a staff engineer at Hubble.build. I'm also a Google developer expert in Firebase. So today I'll be talking to you about how you can protect your back-end resources with AppCheck. So most of you guys are devs, right? So as devs, it's important to build products as well as to secure products against misuse, right? So recently you heard over the news, there's a lot of apps being compromised, right? Especially banking apps. So I hope that this session could give you some sort of insight as to how you as developers protect your app against attacks and other malicious use. So in today's session, we're going to go through these few items here. What is AppChat? What are supported platform and providers you have? How can you get started in working, getting AppChat installed on your applications? And how you can do it on other areas as well. So as developers, right, you build apps, right? It can be web app, it can be mobile app, it can even be APIs for third-party clients as well. So essentially, your job is to build all of these features that your customers would want, right? And let's say you have this really cool app that you decided you want to build that really serves some sort of function in the market, right? And let's say in your app, you use Firebase products already, or even your own products, or your own backend services. So in this case, for this example, you would have a Cloud Firestore for saving data. You might have cloud functions to run sort of business logic, and you might use cloud storage as well to store all your images or resources. So all of these Firebase resources, right, has to be secured usually with a few things. So most of the time, you would build your app with security in mind. So you will have a Firebase authentication or your own authentication provider, as well as security rules to safeguard your data from abuse or from unauthorized access. So most of the time, this would be enough in your app, right, to make sure that correct users are able to access your data correctly, or more accurately, the secure data that the user should be able to access based on the rules or your permission rules, right? So most of the time, this should be okay. But end of the day, let's say after you have done this and everything looks great, right? And for some reason, your app is really popular, right? So now everyone really uses it. It's viral over the place. Now everyone just downloads and install it. So everything looks fine. You are sure that your app is working well. You are sure that you are protected from unauthorized access by malicious users. Make sure your data are safeguarded with authentication and security rules. But then somehow or rather, some random guy somewhere will come out in the open and say that this app seems to be quite popular. Why don't we steal data? Let's take a look at how we can steal data from your app, or rather your data, right? So this hacker will come, will take a look at your app or your website and see what data they can collect. They might resell that data. So you have someone trying to gain access to your backend. So most of the time, since your backend is already protected by authentication and security rules, right? So your data should be secure, which is fine. But there are other concerns as well that you need to consider. So one of the few biggest concerns that we have is unauthorized resource usage, or what we call as we waste your resources out. So all these hackers will start to, for example, let's say you build an app, let's say a crypto app, for example, a crypto app that accurately calculates when you should buy or when you should sell, for example, or maybe you keep track all kinds of coin data like what is the current price and stuff like that. And now your app is really popular, but you have other people trying to copy you. So rather than getting the information from other sources, what they can do is that they can access your backend and get those data. If it's public data, that's even worse, right? data that you don't have to secure by authentication or authorization. And all of these hackers can build their own versions of the same app and just access your app, access your data like that. So you're faced with a situation where now the attacker can do a few things. One of the few key things that they will usually do is billing fraud. So let's say your app is really successful, right? It hits maybe 1 million downloads, and you are of course paying for that traffic, right? But sometimes, let's say for some reason, you notice there are unusual billing usages, like maybe middle of the night, you see there's a spike. Why is there suddenly 10,000 connections going into my backend, downloading this data? And that can be what we call as billing fraud. So end of the day, when you get your bill, right, your usage bill, you will see that there's an extra spike of data of billing being charged to you because some unknown third-party network is stealing your information or connecting to your backend resources and stealing those information. So the other problem that we might have is the attacker can do phishing, right? So I'm sure most of you are familiar with the word phishing, right? You just don't fish in the class lah. Don't fall asleep in today's session. So here, phishing or impersonation is they impersonate your app as a legitimate version of the same app. So it presents itself as a real version of your app, but actually it's a fake one. So they can clone your app. It might look exactly the same, but it's actually not produced by you, the developer. So they can impersonate the app, send the app in the wild. Sometimes you will download via APKs or unknown market or unknown sources, right? So all of this can cause problems down the road when you're trying to track, why is my app suddenly doing things that it's not supposed to do? And of course, one of the other problems we have is bot manipulation. So this is more towards data that people scrape, right? Let's say you build a portal with some machine learning stuff that gives information about when is the price of crypto going to drop or going to go up. And that information, that someone tries to steal it to build their own, let's say, automated bot to buy and sell crypto, right? Or whatever you want to do. And we don't want this third-party unauthorized access to access all your data out of the client that you build, which is your app or your website, right? You don't want a clone of the same app coming out. Let's say you want to build a Lazada app, right? Let's say that you have Lazada. Now someone wants to build the same app, they call Ladaza, right? Ladaza comes in, it doesn't need to keep track of all of the data, it just pulls data from Lazada. So you pull all the legit information from Lazada and then present it in Ladaza, and then people buy from there. So you as the owner of the website, owner of the data, you don't want third-party access to your data. So this is what we also consider as bot manipulation and stealing of your data. So in this case, you will notice that you have this missing gap in your security where now my apps are being exposed to this sort of threats, right? So how can we mitigate them? So down the line, if unfortunately, if your app is not that secure and these things happen to you, then of course now your business is not going fine right now. You're getting charged more and more often for things that was not from your own app and all these unauthorized usages. So this is where app check comes in. So the Firebase app check has been around, I think last year, end of last year, from beta, but now it has graduated into general availability. So that means you can use it right now. So what does it do? So app check protects access to your services by making sure that all the traffic from your backend, comes from your origin app. So this can be your mobile app, it can be a website, it can be API services, etc. So how can we do that? So earlier on, as we mentioned, this is how your general app will look like with the necessary safeguards already. But these safeguards, like I mentioned earlier on, is not enough. So our objective here is how can we prevent unauthorized access to your data, your backend data. If your data is already secure with, let's say, protected user credentials, right? What if the attacker uses the same credentials and try to access your data, but from a different app? So what can we do to prevent this problem? At the same time, this can also happen on non-Firebase resources on your own backend, which I'm sure most of you are doing that as well. If you own backend, you only want your product, in this case, your website, to access, for example, your APIs, right? You only want your website, you only want your app have access to your particular APIs. You don't want third parties to see your API request, create a duplicate copy. The token can be the same because the token, you can have a legitimate user credentials, right? When you log in to get the token that can be accessed by your backend client. So your backend client now is independent of your client, your front end side, right? Your backend. So that means any request that is legitimate will still be processed by backend. But in this case, bad actors or those people who really want to mess you up will of course can spam your backend with these legitimate requests, right? So we want to prevent this from happening. So app check is split into two categories. One is called app attestation, and one is resource access. So app attestation here means that how can we attest or verify to make sure that your app comes from you as the developer and comes from the legitimate source. While resource access is to make sure that only your app or allowed applications have access to your data. So these are two important things to consider when building your app. So let's take, for example, how it actually works in the behind the scenes. So let's say you fire up your app with app check installed. So the first thing what will happen is that your device will first verify with an attestation provider. We will talk about attestation providers later on. So what happens is that when you integrate this app check into your phone or into your app, this is the first thing that happens. It will ask the attestation provider to verify my application. So once the attestation provider has done all the necessary work, it will then issue a token to say that, hey, this app comes from a legitimate source. I agree that this is mine. Therefore, I send you a token. So the token will be sent with a time to live. So this time to live is basically just an expiration time of how long this token is valid for. So with this token, right, will be attached to all the Firebase resources that you're using. So if your app itself is using Firebase Firestore, or you're using cloud storage or real-time database, all of this is attached to the request by default. You don't have to configure anything else. So your resource will now be, you can call your resources and it will include this token with the time to live, and Firebase automatically checks whether this token is valid. So after some time, your app will resend a new token request, usually at half time of the time to live token. So if the time to live token is set to 1 hour, half an hour before, we will reissue or request from the attestation provider for a new version of the token. So that way people can't reuse tokens that they manage to capture. So this time to live token is very specific. It's customizable as well. So let's say if you're building an app, for example, that needs to deal with real-time information or need to make sure that your apps are always true and genuine. Usually we do it for gaming apps, for example. You would put this time to live token as shorter amount of time as possible, but not too short because there's a delay between your app and the attestation provider. So this is to make sure that the traffic that you're sending is not spoofed or not replayed by the attacker, right? But if you're building a website, let's say you're building an app that is not as that does not have a lot of critical paths, or maybe you only need to send data maybe once in every few hours, then you can increase the time to live token timeout. So maybe some people can put it at 2 or 3 hours, then only we will request it. By default, it's always at 1 hour. So let's say, for example, the time to live token has now expired or somehow is unable to get the newest token, or let's say some random app that is unable to pass this attestation check, then it will be rejected by your backend. So what this does is that, let's say you have a clone of the same app by someone who managed to, let's say, decompile your APK and then rebuild the APK from scratch, and somehow people go and install it. they are not able to connect to our Firebase services because they failed the first check, which is the attestation provider. So that way, they are not able to proceed. The UI will look the same, but there is no data, right? So if you're not able to see data, the app will look more and more suspicious, right? So let's take a look at the supported platform and providers for different use cases. So if you're mobile devs, how many are mobile devs here? Few web devs? Okay, so I guess this crowd is for you as well. So if you're mobile devs and you work on cross-platform or native environment, it's supported on both iOS and Android. If you're web dev, it's also supported. Firestore right now still has some things to work out, iron out for app check. So it's still an ongoing process. But these are some of the attestation providers that we have. So if you're just building iOS apps, you can use device check or app attest. If you're building for Android, you will use Play Integrity API or SafetyNet. So SafetyNet is being deprecated for Play Integrity API. If you are building websites, then you would use a reCAPTCHA or reCAPTCHA Enterprise. So I'm sure most of you are very familiar with the reCAPTCHA, right? So if you don't want to use any of these provided attestation providers, then you can build your own one. I would recommend you not to, because now you are exposed to different vectors of attack that you might not think of when you build your own custom attestation. So let's take a look at what reCAPTCHA version 3 for web actually does. So I'm just going to show you a demo of how you would set it up. And here, end of the session, you would see that there is actually no I am a robot or please fill in the blanks and stuff like that. So with web, what we want to do, the objective here is to make sure that people don't copy your Firebase configuration or copy your, let's say, your API request middleware or your request layer that you use to call APIs and try to impersonate your app. So let's go through that. So right now, this is Firebase console. So if you're not familiar with Firebase console, it looks like this. So to start, right, make sure you have an app that you have created here. So all I did was just create the add app, and you can just add the web app itself. Let me just zoom in. Right, so go to the app chat itself, and you can see all the APIs that we have. So right now for this demo, I enabled two. One is storage and one is real-time database. But let's go back and look at what we want to protect. So right now I built a simple website that actually pulls data from the real-time database. So let me just show you the app itself. So this was an app that we did for some demonstration and has some data. So all of this data is secured through Firebase authentication. So only login users can actually see this data. If you're not logged in, you're not able to see this data. So what happens now is that what people can do, right, if they want to clone or take your data, for Firebase point of view, what they can do is they can just go and check your Firebase configuration, right? So if you go and look at the data here, your sources, wait, where did the configuration go? Somewhere here. So let's say the person knows that this is a Firebase app, or if they didn't even know, let's say they have all the time in the world to actually go through your JavaScript, they should be able to find the configuration that you need to do to set up your Firebase app. So in order to set up a Firebase app, you need a few things, right? So if you're familiar with it already, you would have a Firebase configuration for your web app. So if you've done work with Firebase, you will notice that you will need to actually add all of this configuration in your client-side code. So all this configuration itself is actually public facing. So none of this information is secret. So in a typical full Firebase implementation, right, you will actually have this in your public facing JavaScript. So what it does is that it just establishes the connection to the correct Firebase project. But it depends on you to make sure you have set up the correct authentication and the security rules to make sure no one other than your users are able to access this data. So what attackers can do is that they copy this information and then they put on their own version of the same website. So they create a duplicate website, they put this thing and ask you to log in. You're able to log in because you're still connecting to the real Firebase project. But now what they can do is they can add fake stuff in the page, right? Let's say, oh, click here to get your free subscription. And then you click. Because you thought it's part of your data, you will notice that all your data is correct. Everything you have there is real, so people thought it's the real deal, but actually it's not. So with this information, they basically can connect to the legit version of your Firebase project. So if I go back to my project and look for it, I should be able to find it in the JavaScript. So let's say they somehow, so now this is public facing information, they're able to actually access this. Maybe too much. Okay lah, pretend you can see these long lines of text. So basically, all of this information is public facing, which is fine, is correct. So what if they copy this and put in their own website? Now, your app technically is connected to your Firebase resource, but it's not your version of app. So they can put ads, they can put whatever they want just to piggyback on your resource usage, right? So let's say this guy is more popular for some reason than yours. So everyone now access his website rather than your own website. But you are the person who are getting charged for all of this traffic because it's pointing towards your own legit Firebase project. So how can we set this up? How can we protect our app against this sort of things? So as I mentioned earlier on, it supports what do you call that? ReCAPTCHA, right? So the first thing we need to do is to generate a reCAPTCHA key. So here I already have an app. In this case, I call it the friendly chat. So of course, Google reCAPTCHA can be used to do a lot of things to make sure that you don't have any bot access as well, right? But we can use this as well as an attestation provider for your application. So if you create a new app on reCAPTCHA, you are given two keys. One is your public key and one is your private key, right? So take this private key, take this public key, and what you're going to do is you're going to add into your application. So let's say this is one of it. So what you need to do is, let me just put this aside. Go back here. So all you need to do is to include the app check library in your JavaScript project. So once you add this in, all you need to do next is just to set up your app check. So just initialize app check and you put in the app check provider key. So this key is the public key, not the private one. So end of the day, the users or whatever attackers, they can still see this key, but they don't actually can do anything with it. I'll talk about it why later on. So all you need to do is just add this key and you're done. All your Firebase resources now are being protected by app check via reCAPTCHA. So this is an invisible reCAPTCHA, so there's actually no things that will randomly pop up, ask you to fill in or click which one of you is not a robot, or which is a traffic light, right? Or which is a van, which is a mountain, which is a dog, which is a cat, right? So all of this is hidden away from you and the users will not know anything. So you're thinking like, how does this actually protect my app? I mean, if I just copy and paste it into a fake website, I'm still doing the same thing, right? It still executes the same, right? So this is where you will need to configure something on your Firebase side of it. So if you go to the app chat and click on your apps, you're able to find something called the, all your apps are listed here. So here you actually can enable it as well. So if you notice, we have two providers. One is reCAPTCHA, one is reCAPTCHA Enterprise. So the difference between those two is reCAPTCHA, there's a limit as to number of verifications you can do. So for day-to-day usage, this is fine. But if your customer base is a few million, then you will need to get reCAPTCHA Enterprise to support a higher load. So here you need to do is add a secret key. So this secret key only lives in a secure environment, which is your Firebase console. So all you need to do is just paste your secret key that you got from the reCAPTCHA website and you're done. So when an attacker tries to load the app, which is what I have right now, so let's say I don't include this. Or rather, I include this because now I'm the attacker, right? I somehow managed to get a copy of your source code, somehow already have your public information or your public keys, and I try and test it out. So this is the application I'm running right now. So here, let's say, so now the attacker has launched his website. This website contains the same credentials, same configuration as your original website. And you will notice now he's able to log in because they still have the correct login credentials because they are sending this link to your real users. So your real users will naturally have their own username and password, right? So they log in normally, but they now don't see data. So why they are not able to see data is because we have enabled app check. So now they're not able to do any weird funny stuff like scrape your data or try to bypass your front end layer to access your back end stuff. And we can take a look at the data that is provided to us. So by clicking on this, you actually can see this graph that appears. Not very nice. In this period, I didn't do anything, no data. But for this demo, only you will see some data appearing. So there are 4 categories of data you can look at. It will tell you that how many % of your data is valid requests that come from your original website. So in this case, this is the original website. And this is the same source code that I deployed as well as the fake one. So you can see here, it will tell you a few things also. It will show you that verified invalid requests. So these are where the app chat token has failed or they are bad users who are trying to access your app. And of course, you also give you information about which clients are outdated or using an older version of the library or using an older version of the key, which you invalidated if it's somehow the user able to get your private key. But basically, all of this information is listed for you. So now you know who is trying, what details are happening behind the scene. So what's great is that now this invalid request cannot go through your resources. It can't even go through the security rules layer. So they're immediately blocked at the gate. So you don't get charged this 30% usage because these are invalid requests. So if you build a app like you use Puppeteer and then you use her Jasline's Chrome recording tool, hey, actually, your Chrome recording on the real website also can take our data, right? But end of the day, right? But let's say you record you build a fake website and you run the Puppeteer recorder to, let's say you want to scrape data, you want to see what data is available, you want to scrape, it will never pass because all that's being presented is an empty screen. They don't have this data because you are not from a verified origin. You're from a random website which reCAPTCHA is not able to determine correctly and is not listed in your app chat itself. So that's how you can protect it against abuse, right? So now you're happy, you're making sure that only your app can see your data. No one can actually go and copy unless they manually copy and paste up. But now there are no bots who can pull your data from the back end and compile their own version of the same data because it's protected by app chat. So setting for Android is not that different either. So in this case, you will need to do it in here as well. So what you need to do, if you are not familiar with Firebase, is to create a new project. So you just go and add an app here. In this case, I already added an Android version of the same app, right? And then, of course, you need to generate your fingerprints, right? So if you're familiar with Android development, you would use your signing key to generate this SHA-2 and SHA-1 values, so that these are public values as well, so that you know what your signing key is connected to your, your private key is associated with this hash value. So once you add this SHA fingerprint, this basically tells me that only my app with this signing certificate will only match these values. So any other app, even though they decompile it, right, and recompile a new version, your SHA signing key will be different because they have no access to your signing key. Unless somehow you leak out your secret key, then I cannot help you out. But yeah, so if you keep your signing key or your private key in your GitHub repository, you better delete the project and build a new one, right? So with this fingerprint, it's not enough. We of course need to set up our attestation providers as well. So earlier on, I mentioned that one of the few attestation providers for Android is Play Integrity and SafetyNet. So if you go, so what we are showing you right now is for SafetyNet. So SafetyNet itself is easy to configure. You just fill in your SHA fingerprint details and time to live, and you just add the appropriate client libraries on your Android project and you're fine. It's that simple. So with that, all of your Firebase resources automatically have this signing key token that is being sent. You don't need to do anything more. So the same goes to iOS as well. And let's talk about something that you most likely is your use case, is that if you don't use any of the other Firebase products, you would use your own backend services, right? How many of you are actually using Firebase backend? Firestore, real-time database? One or two? Great. Okay. But most of you are using what? AWS, is it? Huh? Okay. We don't have a Google Cloud Rep here, so maybe the person can come and pitch up. But basically, most of you are using third-party resources, right? So how can you use Firebase App Chat with third-party resources, even though if the company starts with an A, right? So we can do that quite easily as well. Oops. I'm going to just skip this one. I'm messed up. Yeah, okay. So for custom backend resources is pretty much the same. Of course, now your app itself will connect to the app will now connect to attestation provider. In this case, depending on what app, right? Android, iOS, or web, and it will generate the token. Now, your token needs to be sent to your backend, but your backend does not know what to do with this token. I see this token, and then I'm supposed to do something with it to make sure that it comes from a real resource, right? So what it does is, if you configure correctly, your backend should accept it wholeheartedly without prejudice, accept the token, and it should process your requests. So let's take a look at how you would build this on your backend. You can see, right? Except for the comment. So here, what we have is that, yeah, if you can see the comment, then salute to you. You must have Spider-Man eyes or something. But basically, what this does is, this is a Express.js app. So it's your backend code. It can be in Java, it can be whatever, but this is simpler to understand. So this exists in the express middleware. So before requests are hitting your own backend, it does this check first. So the first thing that we do is that we check for the X Firebase app check token. So you have to make sure that you're sending this token in every of your API requests yourself if you're using custom your own backend, right? So typically you will call an API anyway on your front end, and you have to make sure you include the X Firebase app check token. So as the backend, your job is to reject immediately if you don't have this token. So let's say a random person or the bad actor comes in and tries to access your data by calling it on Postman or whatever script they have. They don't have the app check token, so they are not able to proceed this step. So now your backend will immediately reject all of this as unauthorized. Let's say, for example, the person actually receives an app check token. So now maybe the attacker decides to just randomly fill in the value. He guessed that X Firebase app check is needed for some reason. So what you need to do is that once you receive the token, you need to verify it's actually real. So what you need to do is to call the Firebase admin SDK and then use the app check to verify the token. And if what happens here is that now Firebase admin will talk to the attestation provider on your behalf and say that, hey, there's a request coming in. It wants to verify itself. So you give this token to the attestation provider, then it will check. It is valid, you just proceed to your middleware as normal. And then after that, you will do your own authorization check, your OAuth 2 check, or whatever checks that you have in place in your current company or your current product. And it should just work normally. So this is how it will look like on the front end side. So if you're writing your you're writing an Angular app or a Next.js app or whatever JavaScript app you have, you will need to call the Firebase app check library and include the token as well. So you just include this call and wait for the token to come back, and then you include it in your future API response. So this is inside the middle layer, the middleware of your front end API request layer. So you just add this in, and now your backend resources will include this app check token. So this is a Java example of the same thing. So yeah, it's the same. This is the what do you call that? This is the iOS version of the same thing. No, this is Kotlin. Yeah, so you will do the same thing. So once that's done, right, once you're already added all this configuration in, now your product is much more secure, right? Now your bad actor is not able to penetrate into your app, because with app check now you defend against fake apps. So what it means is that now you as a developer can make sure that the app they install comes from the marketplace. So that means, let's say you produce an app, let's say you produce a banking app, right? And somebody installs a fake version of the same app. What you can do right now is to check. We realize what the check will do is that they will realize that all traffic is own source. And you can immediately show a prompt to the user, hey, this does not seem to come from a legitimate app, right? And then you can let the users know it's fake. And of course, this protects against phishing as well. To make phishing more convincible, you would show users some real data that is associated with your account. With this, now the attacker is not able to get information related to your account anymore. So you're protected against phishing as well. And it also safeguards your resources. So now bots or random stuff that is trying to pull your data without a client or through an automated process is not able to do so already, because they need to attest, but they are not able to get that token. And this, of course, in turn helps with only allowing your trusted origin. So in this case, your apps originate from the marketplace, your website originates from the same domain itself, and stuff like that. Yeah. So with AdCheck, I hope that you're able to understand or get started in safeguarding your apps against these bad actors. Thank you. Any questions? Him first.
Okay. My question is like, how do you really put the origin? Like where do you specify the origin, especially in the custom that you show us just now?
Okay. So in the custom itself, you will notice that the backend's job is just to validate the token, right? But it's you as the front end to attest to a provider. So you will still need to configure. Hold on now, let me think. That's a good question though. So, wait, so your question is how can you make sure that the website, your website is coming from the correct origin, right?
Yeah. So basically, what I can do is like create sort of API and create the correct, like connect to the current origin and take out the token from there and put it in a custom, and there I get the data as relay. Yeah.
So basically you're saying that, so is the website fake or not?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, let's say I have a fake website.
Okay.
And then I make like in this fake website,
Uh-huh.
what I do is I call the origin, like the main site, and take the token from there and put it in the fake website. And
Okay.
make the connection go through. Because I already have the valid token, is it?
Yes, so in order to get the valid token, you only can call it through the SDK. So what the SDK does, it does the attestation on your behalf. So in web, you're using reCAPTCHA. So reCAPTCHA actually contains, you have to set up the origin domain. So what happens here is that if you somehow you still cannot access, you're not able to get the token because your current domain does not match the origin domain. You are requesting to get the AppCheck token through cross origin, so it will fail.
Okay, can I rephrase?
Okay.
I have a valid website. Okay?
Yes.
I have valid token.
Yes.
I redistribute this token into
And
other websites.
yes.
It is valid.
Okay. So that's where the time to lives come into place, right? So let's say how would you distribute the?
Okay, every half hour I get new token.
Yes, on your legit website, right?
Yes.
Correct.
And same for fake website.
And send it for, like use it in a fake website.
Yes.
Because like now you cannot make sure that I'm calling from unknown origin, is it? Because I have a legit token.
From the from API's perspective, yes, it says that if it's really a valid token, yes, it will pass. But the problem is getting the token in the first place. Like you mentioned earlier on, your real website now is generating the real tokens, but somehow your fake website is able to snoop and take that token out.
Because I saw like in the backend, or like you are reading the token from the header itself.
Yes,
so
correct.
It's accessible, is it? Yes.
The token is accessible. The header requests is HTTPS, right? So technically your headers you cannot see your headers, right?
I can read it.
You cannot read it through a man in the middle, right? Because it's HTTPS, even your headers are encrypted anyway, right? Let's say for the worst case scenario, you somehow have a malicious extension somehow that is installed on your browser. There's always reading an AppCheck token on your behalf, right? Let's say on the real website. Yes, I agree that this case can happen. With that token, I'm not sure actually how would we resolve this problem.
We need to test it out first.
So AppCheck just make it harder to copy.
Yes, it's not a foolproof solution. End of the day, it's not a foolproof solution. Sooner or later, it's a cat and mouse game, right? See who is the better one at gaming the system, right? So it's better than nothing, basically. There are still areas where it could improve. So they are constantly trying to figure out this. That's why I also don't recommend you to build your own custom attestation provider, because you might lose some of the use cases or some of the vectors that could easily be uncovered, right? So that's a good point as well. Right now, I don't, for your use case, I think it seldom happens. If somehow a person is snooping in the middle, I don't think they can get the request headers, but if it's from your origin and you are the devs, of course you can see your own tokens, but it's hard because this will actually invalidate everything else that people have done over the years, right? Your authorization headers are always included in a legitimate request. So if you already have the ability to decrypt the request headers from any other origin, you basically have the same problem. So it's more of the problem with why HTTP headers, how are you able to get the clear values of the HTTP headers from other origins? That's the bigger problem here. So in this thing, we are assuming that the headers are always secure, right? So yeah, it's not a foolproof solution. So yeah, I think it's a continuous game as usual, right? For security. Yep.
Can you see the list of API that make malicious requests? Just now you show the graph, but can I see the?
Oh, that's a good question. No, I don't think so. I think it's a good way we can feed back to the Firebase team as well, is to show the list of origins that are fake, so we can whitelist, we can blocklist them faster rather than hitting the attestation provider. Yeah, but that's a good feedback that we can give.
But you can see the unauthorized request, but
You-
you cannot see the origin.
You cannot see who is doing the unauthorized request. You only can see there are unauthorized requests coming in. Any other questions? I have some pins with me, I think Firebase pins. I have Firebase pins, and I feel like I'm a salesperson right now, but I have Firebase pins and Firebase so-on badges on your jacket. So I'll let you choose one now. Yeah, just choose one of.
Okay, I will take.
Okay, yeah.
Why can Firebase app check not protect?
Not protect. It cannot protect whether you earn money or not. I mean, it can, I mean, good question.
All question is good,
All question is good. Okay. What can it not protect? What can it not protect? What can it not protect? Let's see. If somehow you face the same situation, what he mentioned, right? If somehow your browser is vulnerable to this snooping request, you will still have the same problem. If you somehow manage to perform a man-in-the-middle attack as well, some of the providers, actually there's a way to prevent man-in-the-middle attacks included, but I didn't cover because it's quite technical. But let's see, what ways is it not protecting against? So one thing for sure is that it is not a surefire way to block. So that's explained clearly in the documentation, is that you should not use this as your single defense against attacks. You should always add your own other stuff to include, for example, your your origin as well for your HTTP request to make sure it comes from the same origin. Yeah, but right now I can't think of any right now. Yeah. Hey, where did that stuff go? So pass.
Oh, you're not pass for everyone.
This one is, sorry, this is for those who ask questions. Sorry.
I did not know.
Don't worry, I think we can give out the pins for everyone. If you want, you can just approach me, right? Because we have too many. I think we are out of time. If you have any questions, just approach me. Okay, thank you.
Hi everyone. Oh, echo. Hi everyone. Can everyone hear me? Test. I don't know where the echo is coming from. Okay. Hi everyone. Can everyone hear me now? Okay. Sorry, technical difficulties again. Hi, my name is Angie. So I'm an Android developer relations engineer for Google. So how many of you are Android native developers? 1, 2, 3. Or anyone have done development in Android native? Maybe not in production. Okay. We have a handful. Yeah, so hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully, maybe we have like some cool stuff I'm gonna talk about in Android, and maybe this could be a good chance for you to see what's in Android and persuade you to try things out in Android. Okay, this is the way that I'm going to structure my talk. So for the next 20 or 30 minutes, I'm going to do a bit of recap of Android I/O announcements. So a lot of features that we have announced for I/O this year, including Android 13, Jetpack Compose, large screen, wearOS. So a lot of cool stuff coming up. So it's quite a big range of topics. And then for the last 15 minutes, I can open the floor for any questions that you want to ask regarding Android, Google, or anything. You can ask anything. I don't say that I can answer everything, but yeah, let's see how it goes. Sure. Thank you. Yeah, so we have things to give out as well. So please stay tuned. I know this is after lunch, and maybe some of you are a bit like still having food coma, but hopefully there'll be. I'll ask some questions to make sure that everyone's still awake for the whole session. So anyways, let's start. So Android 13. First of all, how many of you here are using Android phones or Android devices? Okay, only about half. Maybe Android TV, wearables, tablets. Yep, okay. So Android 13. So there are a lot of features that we roll out in Android 13. I'm going to just discuss a small set of features that I thought would be interesting to discuss. And hopefully we can have discussions on those. In Android 13 in general, we really focus a lot on privacy, security, extension of power, and performance for the devices. So as of right now, Android 13 is currently in beta 3. So it means that the API contracts are currently stable and unchanging. And if you want to start adopting Android 13 APIs, you should feel safe that it is stable enough. And there is very rare chance that the contract's going to change from now to the stable version. So the first interesting update that we have in Android 13 is notification permission. So we got the feedback from our users that notification overloads, or like if you see an app that send a lot of notifications, is one of the leading reasons why a lot of our users are very reluctant to install apps. So in Android 13, we actually add this new notification permission. So for all newly installed apps, irrespective of target SDK, the users are going to need to grant a runtime permission before they can actually send notifications for applications. So it means that if you have apps right now in public and the user starts installing Android 13, they will get the first time that they come back to the app itself, they will get asked if they want this application to send notification or not. So for apps targeting SDK 32 and lower, the system will automatically prompt for this user permission. And if the user tabs don't allow, your app is actually restricted from sending notification, and the user isn't prompted again until they uninstall or reinstall your app, or they go directly to the settings and grant that permission. So this is where we really recommend for you to actually follow the UX best practices in asking users permission, because a lot of the times users have give us this feedback of they really want more control over their apps, more justification of why they need to give certain permission, because we found that our users really value the privacy that they have in their phones. So really follow the best practice that ask for those permission justification at the moment where you actually need those permissions, so that you can give clarity and give your user a bit more feeling safety and secure in using their apps, that you as an app developer are care about preserving their privacy and asking just enough permission that you need for your apps to work. So and another thing that's also interesting is foreground service notifications. So previously, the foreground service notifications, a lot of them are not dismissible. So this is a very highly requested features that in Android 13, we are going to allow foreground service notifications to be dismissible. And this means that because now it is dismissible, we need to have a task manager to actually allow users to know that even if you dismiss the notification, maybe the users might not realize that the foreground service is actually still running. So you need to go to those task manager to check whether there is apps that is running foreground services. And the thing is, if the user remove the foreground services from the task manager, it will automatically remove the application from memory. It will stop if it's a like media playback foreground services, for example. So I guess since many of you might not be familiar with Android, like foreground services are things that is running in the foreground, such as like if you run like media, like videos, like for example, you are running YouTube or YouTube music, things that media playable, or maybe you're running health apps. Like let's say you are actually running and like you're tracking your steps and stuff. So those media or like for example health, that those two are the two common use case for foreground services. Now in Android 13, if the user dismiss the notification, you can still see the apps in Task Manager. But if the user decide to stop the Task Manager, it will stop the media playback, it will stop the service, and it will also stop the associated notification as well. And your app will get reason user requested notification that this is the reason why your foreground services has been terminated. Another very interesting update that we have from Android platform itself, because now our focus in Android is to make sure that application preserve a lot of users' privacy by limiting the amount of permission that an application have, is photo picker. So previously, when you build an Android application, for example, for you to get a permission to access on a user's like photos, videos, for example, you need to ask for like permission data specifically for like media permission, right? So in Photo Picker, what we are going to do is you don't need to ask users for those permissions, because Photo Picker itself is actually an Android systems capability. So your app doesn't need to ask for the permissions, but you can simply request from the library for Photo Picker to be launched. And this Photo Picker will be basically uniform across all apps, because this is a feature from the Android system itself. And it will run on runtime permission. You can have, it will be available in Android 13 beta, but we will be released using Google Play Systems update. So you don't need to worry about updating this, because it gets updated directly from Google Play Systems. And this will be also be backported to Android 11 and Android 12.
So even for those users who's using Android 11, Android 12, you can improve their permission capability through just using photo picker. And then this photo picker will also be extended for things like Google Photos and Google other cloud media providers as well. So you don't need to ask for permissions, and we will give this capability of accessing media to the system itself. So using the photo picker, basically it's very simple. It's less than 5 lines of code. It is well integrated in your app UX, so you don't require any permission. And hence, like you just need to use the API and don't need to worry about asking user permission and potentially getting rejected also from the user permission request. Another thing that I'm also super excited about is Android 13 will introduce this predictive back gesture. So if you see from the picture here, what it's going to look like is now when you're in Android, sometimes when you do a lot of back, you don't know whether you're going to go out of the app or not. So sometimes you are in the app and suddenly, oh, you are not in the app anymore. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this thing called predictive back gesture. So what will happen is if your app implement this API, you'll get the system animation there. So So basically, it will give you give the user kind of anticipation, like, oh, if you do a back now, you're actually going back to the system and out of the app. So it will give your user a better UX experience. But in order to do that, you're going to need to change a little bit of API on how you are handling your back system. So for Android 13, it's still sort of like an opt-in methodology. So for if you want to implement that for your apps, you just need to opt in for Android 13 through the app manifest. Put the enable on back info core to true, and then you're using the listener basically to change the on back listener to on back info callback. That's to basically you use that listener to tell the system on whether you are handling the back, or if you don't handle those particular back, it means that the system is going to handle it, and the system will then display the animation, the prediction that it's going to go back to the system. So for Android 13, it's still like an opt-in mechanism, but note that for Android 14, this legacy behavior of don't have this animation predictive back button will be entirely replaced by the ahead of time approach that we have here in the new listener. So I would really recommend for you to try this out in your app for Android 13, because this is eventually the new world that we are going to move towards for the back experience in Android. And this also means that, in short, I would really recommend for you, even though it's not a compulsory thing in Android 13, to start trying it, because in Android 14, it's going to be an opt-out instead of an opt-in method. So one other interesting thing in Android 13 feature that I think is especially relevant in our region, because like in our region, a lot of people speak multiple languages. So this thing is called like per app local preferences. So previously, app usually depends on the system language in order for you to determine the local of your app. So now the new feature is you're able to set local per applications. So in your application, you can set your own local. So for example, if you are more comfortable for your messaging app to be in your own mother tongue, you can set that in your own mother tongue without changing your whole application language. Yeah, so just a brief summary of, so there are like a lot of other Android 13 features that I wouldn't have time to go one by one. So these are some of the behavior changes that would be most prominent for Android 13. So without targeting Android 13, there is the FJS Task Manager that I've talked about. There is improved prefetch job handling. battery resource utilization, the runtime notification permission that I talked in the very beginning as well. So that would be affected even though you are not targeting specifically for Android 13 apps. And then media control derived from playback state and in-app language picker that would be available even without Android 13. And then for apps, if you are developing apps that specifically targeting for Android 13 and above, it will be, you have new Wi-Fi runtime permission that is changing. So it used to be for Wi-Fi permission, you are using nearby devices. So now there is a specific Wi-Fi permission for it. And then there will be also granular media permission. So last time the permission is one permission for all types of media. Now we are changing it into very specific media permission. So for example, there is a video permission, there is image permission. So this media permission would be more granular. And this is also where we would really recommend you to use the photo picker API instead, because the photo picker API will not require you to ask permission, any permission from your users at all. And then for targeting Android 13, there is also background body sensors permission. And the intent filters, like maybe a lot of you do a lot of deep linking from one app to another. So we will be stricter in terms of intent permission. Now the intent filters will block any non-matching intents. So this is where for Android 13, we are really focused on especially like performance, privacy, and battery resource management. So that's the first part of my talk, which is on Android 13. So for more detailed information, I would really recommend you to check out our DAC website /13. If you want to know about what are the exact details of the various changes, how to try out like different APIs, how to flash a test device if you are like running different kind of tests, to check out whether your current app is compatible for Android 13. So you can go to this site and check out different types of ways to do that. So the next topic is Jetpack Compose. This is basically my favorite topic for now. How many of you have heard of Jetpack Compose before? Heard? Okay, good enough. So I see some Flutter people have heard of this Jetpack Compose. Yeah, so Jetpack Compose is basically a new way of developing UI in Android. So if you have worked with Android before, if you've kind of built maybe just a test app before, maybe you're familiar with the view system. So basically you have an XML file that is describing how your layout would look like. So in the Compose system, we don't do that anymore. We are basically removing the whole XML layers, and everything will be moved into the Kotlin layers. And basically, the Jetpack Compose system is a new declarative way of developing UI. By the way, any chance we can increase the temperature?
Increase the temperature. It's too cold.
It's too cold. Yeah, so Jetpack Compose has been our top priority in terms of the Android development for this year from our team. And we have heard from a lot of developers who have worked with Jetpack Compose, whether in their production app, whether in just trying it out, that they find it very easy to learn, very easy to adopt, very intuitive, and it makes their work more productive. So we really feel that this is the right direction to go in terms of developing more of it, developing more API to support different kind of use case, improving the performance, giving more resources for trainings. And basically, this is sort of the future of UI development for Android. So Compose itself has been stable since July last year, and we are launching with a full set of UI components that will help you to build the UI in a more modern and declarative way. So for the Android for 2022 kind of scope, we launched with Compose 1.2. And one of the big features that we launched with is downloadable fonts. This is a feature that was already available in the View system. But now in Android, in Compose 1.2, we are also launching this as well in Compose because we think this is a really important feature for development, especially for enterprise applications, because fonts really shows how your branding works at its best. And with downloadable fonts, you can also take advantage of things like font caches and dynamic font resolutions. The next thing that we're also working hard in is on nested scoring interop. So it's interoperability with like View system and Compose systems, because we understand that like companies have invested for a lot of years in the View system, and for many there might be a lot of times where they work with both systems while migrating from the View systems to the new Compose world. So we understand the need of making sure the interoperability between the View system and the Compose system would still be a good experience for developers. So we are progressively integrating embedding scoring composable in coordinator layouts so that it's become much smoother, and things like collapsing toolbar would be easy to set up. So we are still working on like different permutations that's possible on different systems, like permutations of views, recycle views, lazy lists. So if you are working with it, please continue to give us feedback on what are the things that you need and what are the things that would be good to be codified in our Compose libraries. So the next thing that we are also expanding is also on lazy layouts. So this lazy layouts is an easy way in Compose to build like kind of list layouts. So now we are expanding the lazy loading elements to more advanced layout like grids and ability to implement your own lazy layout beyond just row, column, and grids. And we also understand like when you are starting to do more development in Compose in this new world, there needs to be more toolings to support all this new stuff. So for Compose, in Android Studio, what we are working on is probably these things are super exciting for a lot of you who have worked in Android a long time and have seen people from the different world having these features and wanting this. So the first one is Live Edit. So Live Edit will enable you to basically edit your code on the go and see the changes directly in your emulator. So Live Edit currently is available in Android Studio Electric Eel. So currently we are at Chipmunk, which is a stable version. So Electric Eel, so Chipmunk is C, Electric Eel is E. So it's like 2 versions up. So Electric Eel is currently in Canary. And another one that is very important for Compose is ability to do a recomposition debugging. So this is a tool for you to really fine-tune your performance for Compose, because in Compose, since it's a declarative language, what's most important is, in terms of performance, is to check the amount of recomposition that happens. So recomposition debugging is currently available in Android Studio Dolphin, which is currently in beta version. So that's all the big announcement for Compose. Next, we are going to talk about large screens. So these are supports for screens that is basically larger than phones, like things like foldables, tablets, even TVs and desktops. So if sometimes when you think about Android, you just think about the phones. And we see that there is a lot of more demand, and the most growth that happens is actually on our large screen form factors. And there is an increasing need to make sure that your apps is also adaptable to different form factors. So this is where we are putting a lot of investment in building a lot of tools and libraries to support development for large screens as well. Just a quick survey, like how many of you work on or ever work on like large screens applications? What? TV? Yeah? 1%, 2%? TV. Okay, Cool. So hopefully, maybe not now, but hopefully this gives you some inspiration of where to go if there is a change in direction in that. So the first thing that we provide is large screen guidelines, which is basically like a set of checklists, quality guidelines of what to do, how to test in terms of to adapt in a good way for large screens. So things like, for example, what is the user pathway journey that you need to test, what sort of combination, whether to use external keyboard or different stylus to test things out. So these are basically guidelines and recommendations how you can improve your apps to adapt for large screens. The second thing that we would really point out as well is with Android 12L. So 12L is a special 12L is a special release where we just focus on improving the experience in large screens. So we focus a lot in improving the experience for users for large screens, whether it's things of improving multitasking, improving interaction between two apps. So we feel that when you are building an app that you want to adapt to different kinds of form factors, it's really important to kind of challenge your assumption that you made in the past about the screen size or orientation changes or user interaction or app lifecycle. So you want to make sure that you make it easy for users to also use it, even though you're using your app with different apps at the same time. This also means like sometimes when you're in multi-window mode, your apps can be used together with other apps, and you might be competing for resources. Like, for example, you're competing for the camera resource or microphone resource for that apps. So you need to handle all the different kinds of scenario. Yeah, so basically, in order for us as the team that's supporting Android developers to make sure that you have the best experience in adapting for large screens, we also make different kinds of library to make your life easier. So one of the most important libraries is Jetpack Window Manager, which is the library that supports new device form factors and providing the common API for different device types. So you can get access like things like current window metrics and maximum window metrics. It used to be pretty hard to get that information, or you need to calculate them, calculate those variables yourself. And then now we are providing this as part of a Jetpack library. And another thing is like, probably all of you have done a lot of web, would realize like if you want to make like a responsive layout, you do a lot of breakpoints. And because we in Android, there are so many different devices that we support. It's sometimes like quite difficult to choose what is the right breakpoints and quite confusing to choose those. So to address that, we actually created an opinionated API that will give you basically the exact breakpoints of when you should support from different classes of devices. So we have this thing called window size classes. So it will partition the screen size into 3 different buckets. So one is called compact, which is representing smartphones in portrait. Second, we call it medium, which is representing foldables in tablet and portrait. And the third one is expanded mode, which is representing tablets in landscape and Chrome OS devices. So having this API, it provides you with an opinionated breakpoints. So we would like sometimes you would feel like, oh, does it mean that for every single screens that we have now in the app, we need to decide for 3 different layouts? Like that sounds like to be too much for us to like invest in that much of changes. So what we would recommend is to actually build layout for the compact size and for the expanded size. And if you do not want to invest as much, you can then choose the layout for the medium, depending on the use case, whether to choose the compact layout or the expanded layout. But we would still recommend you to at least have 2 different layouts and supporting the both ends of the screen sizes. So for Compose, the window size APIs is now created under the Material 3 API. And it is like super easy to implement. Basically, it's just you just use the API and basically have like a switch classes to like if this is a compact size, then you do this, or if it's a medium size, and you do you display different layout instead. So this is the case of how you can kind of adopt your application if you are in Compose. But we understand like a lot of you probably are not in Compose and you are still using the different layout, like a view-based layout. So if you are using a view-based layout and you are using things like activities, so we currently, like since 2017, I think, we have really advocated for Android development to use like a single activity, multiple fragments kind of architecture to build apps. But I understand that like a lot of applications still have multiple activities. And now like the question is, how do you want to support multiple activities in a single screen? So in order to do that, we actually have this amazing library that we call activity embedding. So this activity embedding enable you to have like multiple activities in one screen, and it will automatically kind of change and adapt depending on the screen size that you have without you even doing anything. So you just simply use this activity embedding layout, and then put those multiple activities in the layout, and it will adjust according to the screen sizes that you have. So on the other side of it, in the other spectrum, if you don't use multiple activities architecture, but if you are in a single activity, multiple fragments, what you can do is use the shading pane layout. So this is basically a layout that would help you optimize for large screen as well. But yeah, so basically the same thing as activity embedding. With fragments, you can put multiple fragments, and the layout itself will kind of figure out what is the screen size at the moment that the user is using, and kind of changes those screen size based on the sizes that have and what sorts of real estate of screens they have, and then change that accordingly. Another thing that we also support, and we will continue to see this more in the future, is multi-app interaction. So multi-app interaction is, and what it translates to for now is, it means like drag and drop. So it would be easier. Actually, this drag and drop is like a drag event itself is something that we have supported in Android since Android 3, but not widely used. But this is something that we see there is a more demand of people who are using multiple apps at the same time and wanting to have that interaction smoother between apps. So we would really make the experience of creating drag and drop events easier through an API in Jetpack library. So there is a Jetpack drag and drop library that just went to stable this year as well. Oh, okay. So this one is something that I'm personally really excited about and use a lot in my own work. So it's resizable emulator. So currently we started with this resizable emulator from Android 12. So if you are working a lot with large screens and or working towards adopting your apps for large screens, you can use resizable emulator in your Android Studio. So instead of like launching like multiple different emulator and then testing in multiple different emulators for different sizes, so this is basically a single emulator that you can just toggle off between phones, tablets, desktop, foldables, depending on what kind of screen size that you want to support. And you can try to see the different layout changes that happen with resizable emulators. Yeah, so we also have a full desktop emulator if you are working on a desktop application as well. Cool. So that's the part about wearables. About large screens. So the last but not least part of new stuff that's coming up for Android this year is on wearables. Can I just also take a quick survey? Like, how many of you are working on wearables? 0? None? 1? Okay, you are my hope, shining hope. So wearables is also something that we've seen a lot of, almost like 3/4 year-on-year growth in terms of how many users coming into Android ecosystems for wearables. Yeah, so we are the challenge in creating wearables is we want to create also beautiful applications in wearables and make sure that it is performant, because like comparatively than like a mobile device, like wearables is very small, and you got we really need to optimize for performance in order for your apps to be able to give the best experience for your users. So the point is for us from Jetpack and Android to be able to give you also tools that optimize for those performance and optimize for making your apps still beautiful with the same paradigm that we do in other apps. So that's where the Jetpack Compose for WebOS come in. So it is currently in beta also, the Jetpack Compose for WebOS, but it means that we already have all the complete features that is needed to build the app for 1.0 for if you want to build your wearable apps in Compose. And we have added a lot of very backbone features that you need to build apps, things like navigations, scaling lazy layouts, gesture supports, and a lot of other things as well. So for wearables, currently all the Compose APIs that we have is already compliant with material design, so you don't need to worry in terms of that. And you can also easily follow the design guideline that we also have along the way in the material website as well. So for WebOS, in terms of performance, in terms of design, everything will follow along the same principle with Jetpack Compose in general. But we also recognize the different kind of challenges that different WebOS developer is facing, and we are building a lot of unique components for the optimizing watch experience. So the last thing with WebOS, we also announced this year Android Health Connect by Android. So this is basically like a platform that allow apps, like different apps, not just apps that is owned by Google, but all apps can store health and fitness data on the user's mobile device. And developers can use these health services to collect real-time sensors data without you basically creating those features yourself. And then you can store those data in Health Connect. And that allows the apps to share data with each other. So you don't need to worry about like sharing the health data or collecting those from different devices, but you can use this platform to connect to different apps that uses this health data as well. And it gives you a single on-device data store for your data that might connect to multiple sources. Because a lot of our users who uses apps also, who uses wearables or watches also probably have like multiple Android devices. So it's easier to use this platform to connect and store and share different health data with different devices that they own. So that's it in terms of all the different wide-ranging features. This is basically just probably a 10% of what we announced this year. But I thought this probably would be also an interesting set of features that we have and something that we can discuss and talk about as well. With that, any questions? Yes.
Three questions.
Oh, okay.
Maybe future. So the first one is one of the things that iOS have that Android doesn't have yet is the network permission. Can the app, because now by default the app can access to internet. So are there any plan like to implement network permission? So if the apps if the application need to connect to network, it needs to get my permission. So that, for example, I can block Facebook network permission for some time. Things like that. So I don't need to put flight mode to block it. I just block per app.
I see.
iOS can do that.
I think. Yeah, I know. I think this is actually. I think currently we do need to put explicitly in Android manifest when we ask for the apps whether they need to connect to the internet or not. But I think you're making a good point that this is something that we need to ask the permission individually per apps as well to preserve like the user's privacy, because this is very important, right? In terms of like whether both in terms of privacy, both in terms of data consumption as well, whether you want the users to use this data for apps as well. So I think definitely this is a good feedback and something we'll consider as well.
Because one of the use case is that I would like to like disable for example, WhatsApp. Like when I'm going somewhere, I want to see email, but I don't want to see WhatsApp message. I just disable the network for the WhatsApp if I have that. Yeah, so that the WhatsApp message don't come to me.
That is a very specific use case.
Yeah.
Okay, second question.
The second question is just now you showed the responsive so that you have a library to control the responsive like medium, compact, medium screen and large.
Oh yes, Windows size classes.
So it's mostly control the width. Can it also tell me like the landscape, or is this portrait, so that I can create?
So there are two different. Basically, the Windows size classes we have both for the width and for the height. So just now the one that I talked about was for the width, but it also basically tells you the orientation as well. So depending, basically when they know the orientation is like, for example, when this becomes your width, this becomes your height. So it will automatically adjust to that.
Okay. Last one.
Yes.
What is your thoughts on those? Because now I know that a lot of developers actually don't build on top of Android, but they build something on top of Android, like the Flutter, React Native, and Ionic. Yeah, what is the view on those? Like, are they good practice or what?
Yeah. Okay. I'm an Android developer, so I can only say things on technical opinion on Android. I have no visibility on the plans for other like platforms as well. So what I can say is it really depends on the use case. I think there are merits to developing in in frameworks that allow you to deploy in multi-platforms. It depends on your target market as well. And I think, yeah, I think it depends on the use case. That's, I guess, the answer to that. Okay. I will give you a.
It's okay. I already
Oh, you already, okay. Anyone has any other? Oh, okay. Gentleman with the green shirt. Yes, photo picker.
About the no permission. So in some cases whereby, like when I use some app, then I don't want this app to access my photo library.
Yeah.
With the no permission, how should I know? How should I disable some apps that I doesn't want to give them permission on my photo?
Is it photo picker handle the permission?
Yes.
So app developer don't need to ask for permission, but he asks for photo picker, and photo picker handles the permission.
Yes.
So since I mentioned no permission, meaning that they can just straight away use it, or actually every time they launch an app, the first time they have to ask first, then only the next time only no permission. So what's the difference?
Good question about that.
User is actually seeing the images what they're selecting, so they're giving the permission to select the images at that time. So it cannot directly access the pictures. It can only show the users to pick the pictures. That means user is viewing the images on the screen. That means there's no need of permission. User knows what they're selecting.
Yeah.
So I think here's the thing. So when the problem with user permission is when user asks for permission, basically you are giving a blanket permission, right? For example, they are asking like, hey, like I want your media permission, and then the user is like, okay, but I don't know what you are using this for, so I don't know if I'm comfortable in giving you all this permission. So that's where we are moving towards more granular permission as well. That's why we're moving towards like now we are asking you, okay, do you want to just give like photo permission, video permission? And this is where the granularity comes in. So with photo picker, yes, we are not asking the user whether they want like there is an explicit, hey, do you want this app to know your photo? But basically what it says, like implicitly when the user say yes, the photo picker system comes up and yes, I want to, for example, upload this photo, this particular photo. What the system is going to give the app is just that specific photo. So the implicitly user is already saying that, okay, I'm okay with just sending or like giving access to this particular photo. I might not be okay with giving the app all my media access. This is where the difference is. And implicitly, it also means the user already give the permission for that particular photo. And then the advantage for developers is they don't need to ask permission and potentially getting rejected for asking those. Sometimes it can be fake, right? Because like vague in terms of like, oh, you don't know what's this permissions for, kind of thing.
Yeah. So my concern is like whereby like I'm saying download the application which actually doesn't just like trigger the the photo pickers.
Yeah.
Actually do some gesture to go and just select everything and upload to the application.
I don't think the system will allow that. Like because the photo picker itself is basically a system. It's under a system UI, so the application does not have access at all to select it. Only users can select when the system UI comes up. Gentleman on the white shirt.
Hi. I saw that there's the expanded window size class.
Yes.
So does that mean that you Compose supports Android TV and maybe a link back library now?
Yeah. I guess. Sorry, what was does that mean Android support and yes?
The window sizing classes,
Mhm.
there's an expanded class.
Yeah.
So I assume that means it's the TV
Mhm.
sizing. So does it mean that the Jetpack Compose supports Android TV and link back interface? Because a lot of the Android TV apps uses the link back library. So does it mean that Compose supports that?
I'm not that familiar with the Winback library in particular, but I think it does. So you can, because Compose supports Android, and it means you can also build Android TV apps with Android that uses Compose. Okay, any more questions? The lady at the back. Sorry, I can't hear you.
It's just a simple question. Like, does the file picker or will the file picker get access to camera as well, live camera as well? Because you want to pick an image, sometimes people will just take picture on spot.
Oh, like the photo picker.
Yes, you can.
Okay, the question was, will the photo picker get access to camera? I not at the moment, and I don't think there is a plan for that at the moment as well. Yes,
I'm actually quite curious about the health.
Yes.
Because we are actually grabbing the data from Google Health, and then what's the relationship with the health that you show?
So basically, Google Health can store the data in this platform as well, and then you can share the data from those as well.
So let's say if I have another variable, say Fitbit, so I'm able to sync my Fitbit data into this variable, and then so when we developer grab the health data, we can straight grab from this app rather than this Google Health.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
I want to ask regarding the battery. What kind of optimization is there you can do for the battery, and is it limited to the Android with the Google Play or LSP also?
Sorry, the last part, is it limited to battery?
The battery improvements.
Uh-huh.
What kind of battery improvements are there? And then is it limited to Google, the one with Google Play, or LSP is included as well?
Or what is included? Google Play?
LSP.
LSP. Okay, so I didn't really talk about the battery actually didn't hit mic, sorry. I didn't really talk about the battery improvement for the talk just now. So one of the big battery improvement is app buckets. Have you heard of it? So basically, this is something that so battery optimization is something that we have had a lot of how do I explain this? So different than our competitor that is a flute logo in Android, basically part of our strength is we have a lot of devices in our market. So Android is an operating system, but it is used by different kinds of devices, different kinds of form that is provided by different OEMs in the market. Sorry, I'm sorry. And then these different OEMs usually also created a lot of different ways to optimize the devices, right? So that their battery can last longer. Because that is basically one of their competitive advantage to say like, hey, my phone battery for this model is like 15 hours, and this is like 15 and a half hour, like maybe half an hour more than my competitor, so I can sell more phones. But it also means like in the device level, a lot of times they are modifying the OS to do a lot of different what we call app buckets. So what it does is there is different kinds of performance by app buckets depending on the user behavior of the apps. So let's say you have because not in every single user you don't use the same kind of apps in the same frequency, right? So there are apps that you are using more frequent, there are apps that you're using less frequent. And usually the strategy is to not allow apps that you're using more frequent to, let's say, do things like running background works or running foreground services or getting notifications to preserve the battery life. Or like, for example, to even at the point of like, if you've never used this app at all, for example, you install some apps and you just forget about it and you haven't used it in 2 years. And sometimes the app developers can just still use a lot of resources even though you are not running the apps. So a lot of different OEMs have the strategy of like, okay, we can kill applications that's never been used by the users. The problem with this is there is a lot of inconsistency with different device manufacturers, because like some device manufacturers can have different standards, and some probably maybe don't optimize their phones at all, for example. So the impact to the users is there is a lot of inconsistency about the performance and the behaviors of the apps itself. Like, it's confusing for both parties, right? For the users, they're like, oh, how come my friend's phone is also Android, but the app behave differently, yeah? And then for the developers also like, oh, how come my phone in this device doesn't work? Like, I don't know why, but probably because like there is some optimization behind the scene that's outside of the OS. So in order for us to kind of standardize those, we created like a single standardized app buckets for Android. And this is basically with coordination with a lot of our OEM partners. And we are making sure that there is a standard different buckets. So there is, I forgot what's the name of the bucket. So there is, like, for example, the normal buckets, then there is a restricted buckets. And when when your app somehow haven't been used in a long time, your apps will go under those restricted buckets. And even you have fine-grained controls as well. You can go to your settings directly and say like, oh, for these apps, I want it to be restricted. So I don't want to get notifications, whatever from these apps. So those are the controls that we are giving from the system itself as well. And with that control, we're also giving a lot of battery optimization by default. Yes.
Sorry, we run out of time already. You want to ask questions outside?
Okay.
I think I have tea break already. Thank you.
So okay, so yeah, I'm so sorry, Mr. at the back, but so we're okay, so we have refreshments outside. So the talk will resume at 3:45. Okay, thank you so much. Sorry.
It's okay.
you all. My name is Julius, and for today's talk, I'll talk about software engineering analytics. So here's how we can go about it. First, what we'll do is we'll talk a little bit about the science behind why we want to do analytics and how you can actually use it when you lead a team, for example, or you can even share it with your boss or with your team members. So we'll talk a little bit about the sciences behind why we need to do it and some practical applications using Google Cloud. But of course, you can use other solutions as well if you wanted to. So here's the problem that we face actually. As a startup, we started off with just about a bunch of people, trying to figure out how we go around with our solutions. But then as years go by, the startup became more and more successful, and we actually reached a point whereby the number of engineers in our team grew from somewhere around 5, 10 to actually about 25, 30. And so once you grow to that number of engineers in your team, what's going to happen is that it becomes more and more difficult for you to see who's doing what, how are they performing, and try to figure out who to best reward. Moreover, because you have so many engineers already, right, it becomes more difficult for you to also know what kind of progression, what kind of plan can you do for your engineers to become better at doing what they're doing. It becomes more difficult to mentor people. And so now, instead of doing a one-on-one mentoring and trying to figure out how you can best improve their career, now we have to see how we can mentor at scale. So this is one thing why we want to do a form of engineering analytics, which for sure Google has been doing for a very, very long time. So the good thing is that we have a lot of data. In fact, every time we commit code to Git, there's data to be used there in order to improve the quality of our code and the practices that we are doing as engineers and also as a company. As a CTO, some of the things that I think about, right, always has to do with how can I maximize productivity. Of course, one way to see it is to kind of squeeze people and make them perform more and more. But another way to see it is to think about how you can balance employee happiness, engineering efficacy, and consider how they can continue to be as productive as they can be and as happy as they can be in the company. Why is this important? Because research shows that if your team is engaged, if they're very happy with what they're doing and they want to continue to contribute to your company and to the business, they can outperform their competitors by as much as 147% of productivity. Just to be clear, this is not 14.7%, this is 147%. This is doubling your headcount and more. And that you don't have to double the size of people and risk communication challenges. All you have to do is to make people happy and engaged in your company. So here's some of the ways that you can do that. There was a research by Microsoft, and this was published in Wharton School of Business. And what they found is that there's a certain amount of overtime that's productive for your company. And the moment you hit that threshold, suddenly the engagement drops by a lot. And so how did they find this out is that they surveyed different team members in different teams in Microsoft. And they found that so long as people spend less than 44 hours at work or less, they're fine. They're happy. They can produce a lot of value. But the moment they go beyond 44, the engagement drops. So it's very important then for us as a company to track over a period of many months or even years, how much time does the engineer spend inside of work and outside of work. So how we are able to do this is that we are trying to see when they are committing their code. So sometimes you will commit your code within work hours, but sometimes there are situations where you're actually going to commit your code outside of work hours, because those are the time that you're still productively working. Of course, this is not 100% accurate, but it gives you some form of indication whether it's going up or not in terms of overtime work. So here's an example. This is a real data, by the way, where we have found that over a period of 2 years, engineers are spending somewhere between 5% overtime to 15% overtime. The moment we reach 20%, it will be a danger zone for our company. So it's a very good means for me to go to our HR, our CFO, and our CEO to say, hey, we need more resource, right? Either we need more engineers or you have to limit the amount of work coming into the engineers so that we can sustain this kind of workload. So without data, it becomes very difficult for us to go to the executive team and say, hey, something is wrong and we have to fix it. with data, it becomes more and more easy. Here's another thing that I think about. So, when somebody leaves the company, they carry a lot of domain knowledge with them. In the same way, when you join the company, during the interview, it looks so good, and then you join the company, and then you realize the code has some problems, right? This happens to us. This is normal as an engineer. One thing that you have to do is to try to also prevent knowledge decay. In the software engineering lingo, we call it the bus factor, right? Which is the number of engineers that has to be hit by a bus before the project collapses. That's how we are unique as engineers, I guess. So here's another example that we can do. In a company, you have different types of projects, right? You may have your Android project, you may have your backend projects, front-end projects, and each of these projects, you have contributors, right? You have employees in your company who commits their code, and it's very important then for us to try to find out who are the most productive contributors to each of these projects. Because if we are able to find out who are the productive contributors, we are also able to find out the knowledge gap between these contributors. So here's one example. If you look at John, Sherry, and Sandy, the first example, you can see that the amount of difference between the three of them is not too much. So even if, let's say, for example, John leaves the company, Cheryl and Sandy are still able to sandbag the damages caused by John's departure. So that project is safe. But then if you look at project number 4, you can see that Dawson has a significant amount of knowledge difference compared to Pradeep and Vishal, which then means that if Dawson decides to move on, then it becomes very difficult for Pradeep and Vishal to catch up. Then if I am able to see this, I'm able to basically go to Dawson and say, hey, are you able to actually distribute your work to your 2 team members so that we can distribute the knowledge so that we can sandbag any danger that might happen if somebody leaves, for example, Dawson. But then you have project number 5, the one at the bottom, where Enrique and Carl has already left the company and the whole project is being held together by Pragati, which then also means that if Pragati goes on leave, if she's sick, if she moves on, then the project will have nobody else to take over. So that one is very, very dangerous for the company, right? Which then means that I can, if I'm able to see this, I'm able to say, maybe go to project 2, project 3, even project 1 to say, hey, maybe you can move to this project. Or that would be an indicator for me also to speed up hiring for that project. So how we are able to find out the most productive contributor is to just try to find out who are the most productive people who's committing code in that particular project. Again, it's not a 100% accurate indicator, but it kind of gives you a sense of like who's the most productive there. This is monitoring at scale, and it helps you make decisions better as a CTO. Here's another one. Another thing that I think about is how can I know the velocity of my team? How fast are we delivering, and how can we do better? As with everyone, we want to do a good job, and in order for us to do a good job, you also need to measure how we are performing as a team. So normally, what happens is that you will commit your code, and somewhere after you commit your code, there will be a pull request. So somebody will review your code, and then it gets merged. And then once it gets merged, you deploy your code to production. So you have these 3 stages of moving your code from the first time you committed to actually your code reaching production. So it's important for us to monitor this as well, because there are times where there will be a bottleneck that's very difficult to figure out. You will hear people complaining about things here and there, slowing down here and there, but it's hard to actually pinpoint unless you have data to monitor it. So how can you monitor it? Well, it turns out that when you use Git, you can actually pull out data from when people first commit for a particular release, when the pull requests are made, when those pull requests are merged, and when that merge goes to production. So for this example, you can see that although the blue part, which is the first commit to a pull request, it doesn't move so much, right? But then when you look at the yellow portion, the part where the PR to merge, the pull request to merging it to your proper branch, in this case perhaps master or develop, it actually increases over time. So it gives me a sense that, hey, maybe something is wrong here. Maybe the one who's reviewing the code is overwhelmed. maybe the one reviewing the code is new. Maybe he's burnt out. There's all sorts of reasons that this could happen, and you can only find it out when you have objective data at scale. So here's one way to actually solve that problem. When you connect your Git repository, pull the data, and put it to some form of data warehouse that you can make an analysis later. Here's another one. How do we reduce defect density? It's also very normal for us engineers to actually want to create quality product, quality code. But then sometimes it gets difficult, right? Sometimes when you have to work with complex features, then the quality of your code goes down. So here's one way for you to be able to solve it. It turns out that there was a research, this was done by Cisco and SmartBear, where they found that the magic number in terms of lines of code per commit is somewhere around 200 to 250 lines of code. And what they found is that the moment you hit 200 to 250 and beyond it, the reviewer will actually get lazy. And it's not their fault. It's because they get overwhelmed with the amount of information that they have to process and check. So the idea there is that every time you ask your reviewer to review your code, it has to be somewhere between 200 to 250 lines of code. But of course, less is also better. So then how do we coach our engineers to do it? One way that we did it was to actually create a dashboard for everyone to see. And then of course during one-on-ones, the engineering managers can talk to their staff to see that, hey, maybe somebody else is performing better than you, and here's perhaps how you can do it. So in this data, it looks a bit small though, but you can see that there are green boxes and red boxes. And how this works is that over week, we are displaying the average lines of code per commit. And what we are trying to show here is that the moment you reach above 250, the box goes from green all the way to red. So then it's very easy for me to say, for example, if you see the third column here, Bella might need a bit of help in terms of the lines of code that she commits. But you can see, for example, that Anthony, the one on the second line, seems to be doing just fine. So there's a way for us to also indicate that maybe you could do a bit better in terms of the lines of code that you put in your commits. Google also published this very interesting research. In fact, it wasn't really Google. It was an organization that Google eventually acquired. It's called Dora. And what they do is that they go around small companies, big companies, and they try to figure out what kind of indicators that these companies have that predicts a very productive engineering culture. And what they found is that it doesn't matter whether your company is small or big, as long as these properties apply, it makes it's a good indicator that the software engineering culture there is very good. And here are the four. They found out that if you deploy on demand, it means that every time you want to deploy your code, you can just go ahead and do it. It's an indicator that your culture is very, very good and you're a high-performing culture. Whenever the lead time for change, which is the amount of time it takes for your first commit to reach production, the lower the amount of time it is, the better your organization is. Which then means that waterfall could be a bit questionable in certain aspects. There's also time to restore service. Once in a while, our services will fail. There will be issues in production. And they also try to measure how long does it take for you to fix production issues. So if you're able to fix it in less than an hour, then it means that you're a high-performing organization. Finally, there's a change failure rate. So they try to find out as well, the moment something fails, right, how many successful deployments did you have for one failure to occur? So of course, the lesser failure, the better. So what they found is that the magic number is somewhere from 0% to 15%. So I actually put 20% there, but it should be 0 to 15. So those are the numbers, which then means that as a company, you can actually track all of these as well with the information you have in Git. So here's how we did it. First, let's talk about the change failure rate, the rate of failure for every successful production release. So here's how you do it. Has anyone heard of semantic versioning? Semantic versioning is like when you name your releases as 1.0.0, 2.1.1, that kind of thing. So when you do semantic versioning, how we did it was the moment the number that ends, the last number, the moment it's a 0, it means that it's a it's a release. It's a proper release that's not a hot fix. But then if it ends in a non-zero number, it means it's a hot fix. So what we are trying to do is to try to find out all the releases over a period of time, how many zeros are there and how many non-zeros are there, and we divide it. And that's how we derive the change failure rate. So how we are displaying it then is that we are showing this to our product managers, our CEOs, our engineers. And why is this important? Because change failure rate increases when the amount of product work increases. Because it overwhelms engineers when there's too much requirement for them to do, because now they have to come up with more features, more work with the same manpower. So then we can actually show it to the product manager and say, hey, we have to slow down a bit in terms of our the inflow of product requirements so that the engineers can catch up. Then without this, right, it becomes very difficult for us to negotiate with our product managers, with their CEOs, why the engineers are not producing the kind of quality that they ought to produce. Here's another one. Mean time to resolve. This is quite important as well. Mean time to resolve, again, as I mentioned, is the amount of time it takes for you to resolve production issues. So how we are able to monitor this is to see the data, the time difference between when a non-zero release is created versus a zero release. So with that average, we are able to see how much time does it take for us to recover from a failure. So we display this for our backend team, for our front-end team, for our mobile team as well. We have a change lead time as well. And for our company, we actually do a weekly release. So because we do a weekly release, right, a change lead time should be 7 days, including weekends. So all we have to do is to try to find out the difference between two releases, the amount of time it takes. And then as long as it's 7 days, it's fine. So that's just how we do it. So you might want to consider that as well in your company. Lastly, we do a deployment frequency monitoring as well. For us, our web team and our mobile team, they release once a week. But then for the backend team, of course, they can release on demand. So in this case as well, we also try to monitor the same. So how can we do it? So how can we build the infrastructure to make it happen? So here's how we do it. You can use all sorts of solutions that you may want. You can use competitors' product, but you can also, of course, use Google Cloud as well to make this work. So first, we are using GitLab as our, how should I say, our repository. But of course, if you're using Bitbucket, if you're using GitHub, that's fine as well. If you're using Microsoft TFS, that's fine as well. So because all of these solutions, they have APIs that you can call, which you can pull out information about how your team is working on it, how they're committing their code, the tags, the releases, so on and so forth, which you can analyze later on. So how we did it was we actually used Python, but of course you can use Java or Scala as well, or any other language that you might want to use. And what we do is that we pull information. They offer APIs. We pull information from the API, and then we dump it to our Google Cloud storage. So if you're familiar with data engineering, we use Google Cloud Storage as a data lake. Data lake is a place where you store information before you send it to your data warehouse. You want to do that in order to post-process any data that has been received. If something goes wrong, number one, and number two, also to have a track record of data that came in before it goes to your warehouse. Because the moment it goes to your warehouse, it may be processed already. So how we are doing it is that we are using Python pandas for it. Of course, if you're using other languages, that's fine as well. So once the data goes to your cloud storage, the next step is to actually pull information from cloud storage into a database. So in this scenario, there's actually multiple ways by which you can solve it. When we were working with our account manager, one of the questions that they ask us is that why don't we use a relational database? Google BigQuery is a columnar database. It's very useful for analytics, but it's not as effective when you want to process a row-based data. And also columnar database is much more expensive. So why we use Google BigQuery is because now we are just analyzing software engineering data. In reality, when you work in a startup, even in bigger companies, you can actually triangulate information that your software engineers are doing with what your product managers are doing, with what your project managers are doing. You can even triangulate information in Slack. Let me draw a picture that for what you can do, and then I'm not going to discuss how we can do it, but I'll draw a picture of how we can improve this. So imagine this. Many of us are using some form of project management tool, perhaps Asana, perhaps Jira, or other project management tool. These project management tools, they also have APIs. There's a lot of activities that's happening there, which you can pull data from and put it in your data warehouse as well. You have Slack, for example, where you may not have access to private communication, but in public communication, the things that people talk about in general, in random, you can draw out a social graph. And you can even draw out using some of Google's machine learning APIs to try to find out what kind of sentiment are the conversations like. How's the animosity? How's the friendliness? What kind of sentiments does the conversation evoke, and who's talking to who? You can triangulate these information and say these people are working better together than other people. So you can not only see on a grand scale of things how people are being productive, you can also drill down one step deeper and say, why is these two people more productive than these two people? Why is this person productive when he's working with that person but not this person? You can ask all those questions. So the moment you scale your data analysis that way, a row-based database will not work because you have so much data for you to process now, which BigQuery, a columnar database, can actually help you do. Hence, we decided to use BigQuery because of that. Of course, it's not just this, right? You can even triangulate things like hiring, for example. When you hire people, how did your engineers evaluate the candidate? Who did they pass? Who did they fail? How do you triangulate that information during performance evaluation, right? Because sometimes you may rate a person low in hiring, but they turn out to be star employees. You may rate a person very high in the hiring process, but they turn out to be not so good employees. So you can triangulate this information as well. I say this because although we are talking about software engineering analytics using Google Cloud, you can a lot of these things into other forms of data that you can collect to improve your performance as a company. So going back, we use Google BigQuery for this particular reason, and we pull data from cloud storage and process it using Google Cloud Python API and sending it to BigQuery. Next, we can use Metabase as a means to visualize our data. You can use Google Data Studio. You can use Looker, for example, which is also by Google. And so the whole idea is that the moment the data is now in your database, the next step is, of course, to display it. And the examples that I have shown in previous slides are actually by Metabase. So in terms of our DAG is like, if you're familiar with data engineering, DAG is pretty much what data engineers are working on. But if you're not very familiar, it's actually very easy once I explain it. So DAG, the way it works is that when you want to process multiple stuff in a pipeline, some of the things that you do, right, you can do it in parallel. So in this case, for example, we start the DAG. And then we try to parallelize the APIs that we can call together that are not dependent on each other. And then because once we parallelize all of them, we might want to collate information and that comes from the next API. So we can parallelize things and then we can also make things step by step. So we did it so that we can move things as fast as possible by running things concurrently. So you do this as a data engineer. As a backend engineer, you probably have done it quite a few number of times. So this is just how DAG works. For Google, they have Dataflow for this. But in our case, we decided to use Airflow just because we are more familiar with Airflow. You can, if you're using other services apart from Google Cloud, they have similar solutions as well. One challenge that we run into is that it turns out that when you use Git, right, you are actually given privilege by your admin to have your account associated with your GitHub repository, your GitLab repository. But it turns out that the way Git works is that even if your account is associated to your code repository, whenever you do a commit, the email and the name that's tied to it is actually just a string. which then means that we have to associate the name and the email to an actual account in your GitLab or GitHub profile. Because you can use your personal laptop to check in code, which may have a different email and name as compared to your work laptop, for example. So that's one of the challenges that we run into, but the rest are quite trivial. So these are some of the APIs that we have used, but of course you can just like go online and pull out the data if you wanted to. Because some people are taking pictures of it, I'll probably stall for time so that they can take pictures of it. This is, by the way, recorded, so you can also go online and see the slides as well if you miss out. And then these are more APIs that we have used. There are more. Oh, another thing is that when you use their APIs, right, especially GitLab, GitLab will suddenly change their APIs without notifying. Yeah. Yeah, so that could be another issue. GitHub, we haven't used GitHub before, their APIs, but they might have the same issue. So just to highlight that this could be some issue if you decide to do so. I think that's it. Thank you so much for listening. Hope that was helpful for you. I'll be happy to take questions if anyone has. Yes, sir.
What are some of the vanity metrics that you have identified, and maybe you can share with us if there is?
Vanity metrics.
Because I put there's some of it for the sake of quality.
Oh. I'm not sure if we did any vanity metrics though. Although there was one graph which I didn't surface here. We tried to find out the hour of day that people commit. So we found that some engineers they work from 9 to 6. They really work from 9 to 6. As in, like after 6, right, they disappear. There are some engineers, right, who are very active between 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. I don't know why. So what happened was, because we have a table, we have basically a graph, right, of all the engineers' names and the time of day they come. So it was actually helpful for me to actually go to them and ask, like, why are you still awake? Like, what are you doing? Yeah, but apart from that, I don't really recall any. Oh, there was one actually. I'm not sure whether this is considered vanity metric or not. There was one guy who committed like more than 50,000 lines of code. Yeah, and then we were like, what just happened? So it turns out that he was trying to get rid of a particular repository, and what he did was he moved his code from one repository to another, something like that. But yeah, but I don't remember anything really interesting beyond that. I work with Shangi though, so if Shangi can remember anything, it will be interesting to know. Yeah. Well, I guess we can move to the next question first. If Shangi comes back, we can ask him. Yes.
Just a general question. So the engineers from 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., the project that they were on, did the workload suffer because they're all working at different times?
Not really. So some of them they just like to work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. They're fine. So when I talk to them, right, they're like, oh, actually at during work, right, they're the engineers who likes to coordinate with other engineers. So they have the only time they want to productively commit their code is during those wee hours. And some of them also they want to experiment on things which their actual work during the daytime doesn't allow them to do so. So they will do it during those hours. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, boss.
How do you manage like false positive or false negative from the start? So for example, like maybe a more senior engineer might spend more time in analyze and maybe documentation or study the solution instead of like committing code. So maybe in the start, then you see that, oh, actually they are writing less code, but they are actually spending more time for investigation and stuff like that. So that might give a little bit of false positive or false negative. Then how would you like manage those?
Yeah, I think you're right. It's actually very difficult to manage false positives and false negatives because it's a data at scale. So unless we know exactly what the noises are, right, is to ask those questions. How come your code is going down, or the number of lines of code is going down? So if they are able to give us more information that, oh, it's because of this and that, it makes it helps us make better decisions. Because the flip side of it, right, is that if we are not able to ask those questions and we don't have data to show, what happens is we make assumptions. So one thing that I think it would be good for this group to know, right, is because for us engineers, we generally want to just put our heads down and do work. And we tend to not actually champion what we are doing. And the difficulty there is that if you have other engineers or other team members who are championing their work, right, it makes it easier for upper management to see what they are doing, even if we are more productive. So with this data, it helps equalize the board game. Yeah. So to go back to Jacin's question, it's very difficult to find out false positives and false negatives. But what this does is it inspires us to ask more questions. Then with that, then we can clear up those edge cases. Questions? If not, I guess that's it. Yes, sir.
In the semantic versioning, we also got the stage, the change factor. We also analyze those steps.
For refactoring.
For the commit, we have the stage, breaking change, those steps. Do you analyze that too?
Breaking change, yeah. We don't actually. But I can highlight something that might be similar though. We don't analyze breaking changes because it's something that unless the engineering manager gives us a warning that there will be some breaking changes to impact the data, it's hard for us to know from a high level what's going on. But I can highlight something else, which is so our team, right, it's divided into different projects. What we found is that one team, right, the amount of code that they commit is very, very low. And then other teams are just roughly the same. So it inspired us to ask the question, why are you not committing enough code? And these are your other team members, right? They're doing so well. And it turns out that it was because the code base is such a mess. So it takes so much time for them to actually read and figure out what's going on. So perhaps if we see a dip also, when you see a dip in terms of productivity of lines of code, it could mean something. It could mean that there's a breaking change that impacted other people. So that could be a cause for concern, not really cause for concern, cause for us to identify that something might be going on, and we might actually just get rid of that data point because it serves as a noise. Yeah.
Quick one. Do you guys use also like code quality tools or maybe the test coverage? That kind of thing?
Yeah, good question. In our case, we haven't used it before. The reason is because we don't have enough unit tests. Yeah, very embarrassing. So during the we used, although it was to be more serious though, it was an active decision not to have enough unit tests because we had to make trade-offs. So as a startup, we how should I say, we have to sprint towards liquidity. The idea is you want to quickly validate your idea before you make your app stable, because otherwise we will run out of money. So it was an active decision for us to not do it at the moment. Yeah, but good question.
You also shared the number of commits between those four projects. There is a project with thousands of commits, and then also with just hundreds. So is there, why is the difference?
Yeah, why is that? So the reason is yeah, good question. The reason is because some of the products are newer. Yeah, because they're newer products, then there's less commit. Yeah. More questions? If not, I'll be around and we can have further conversations. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, I can use might be easier. We're moving around. Okay, just a minute. I'll just put this around. Just this way. Sound check. Good to go? Okay. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I saw you guys have been going through a long day today for all the very serious sessions. So what you're going to do now is something very light, very simple. Just go through with me. It's going to be very introductory. It's going to just show you how you can actually do this on the web. Probably most of you wouldn't have known that you can do that as well. So before I begin, just a quick question, sir. How many of you are actually here for the VR aspect of the sessions, of the topic, the VR aspect, the VR on the web XR? Hands on? No? Anyone? Okay, not too many, but what, 5, 6? Okay, how many of you are actually for the NFT part of it? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I mean, yeah. Okay, disclaimer, this is not, there's no financial advice. And this is not a topic about cryptocurrency or whatnot. We are really here to talk about the technicality and how we can actually interact with NFT as a very minor part of it. Okay? No price actions, no coins, no nothing. All right, cool. Let's get started. So first of all, hello, my name is Vin. I'm a Google developer expert on web technologies. I also currently run a project called Artisans, where we actually build a web-based art marketplace for artists to sell and buy, for collectors to buy their artworks through the online platform. We also added a layer of NFT technologies to actually provide the provenance, we call it the certificates of authenticity by means of NFT, right? So that's pretty much what we do. Today, I wanted to share with you guys some little thing that I actually find it very interesting that we can actually do on the web itself, which is called building a virtual world on the web with WebXR technology, WebXR device API, and with the NFT assets. You know, coupling all of these things together, right? There's actually one word that you probably know, heard of the word. Can anyone tell me the word? Sum up the whole topic for me under one word. Building a virtual with NFT. Anyone? Sorry, who's the first one? Oh. I am going to go to the one because I really hear them, okay? I would have something to give away. This is a Google Cardboard, not original Google Cardboard because Google discontinued it, but it's actually a cardboard for you. Thank you. So this is actually a simplest VR headset. You can get it for like under $5 in the States. Yes. Metaverse, as it stands, is basically a virtual world that has a persistent state that the users can move around with the assets they can bring into the world and bring out of the world, right? So it encompasses of 3 components. The first one is the virtual, the VR, and then the second one, in our case, we will be utilizing this web as a platform together. And last but not least, we will also be interacting with blockchain to retrieve the NFT assets of the wallet address of a user itself. So if you actually look into it, by and large, if we have a web plus a web technology, web technology plus VR technology is basically the immersive web itself, a immersive technology itself. And so quick one. Who can actually share with me in your own words what actually is an immersive technology? Anyone? Immersive technology. No one want to try? You again, but you already got one. Sorry? Yeah, you can try. No one else, right? Can you help me with what is an immersive technology?
The line between the reality and my internet blurs? Using all your 5 senses?
You're going a bit further into the future, but at this point, in what we're trying to cover here in terms of immersive technologies are basically a set of technologies that interact with that helps to merge the real reality, our reality, and also the virtual world that we are actually can be simulated by the computers built by the developers itself. So the key takeaway here is that immersive technology is basically a collective set of technologies that can work with different realities and also work with different API, for example, unified gamepad input, controller input. Because in the virtual world, you may have a keyboard. Some of your users may have a keyboard. Some of your users will probably be using a VR set controller, and some of the users will probably be using a very low-end Google Cardboard controller. And then you have to have a single unified model to interact with all different kind of models. So this is what this entire technology covers. This VR AR thing is really not something very new. It dates back as early as 2015, and actually reached out to the market in about 2016. So it's really a something that's been around for a while. By and large, we have two distinctive ones. The first one will be 3 degrees of freedom, which basically you can rotate in 3 axes, Y, X, Z, where you can do pitching, yaw, and roll, right? So what 3 axes, X, Y, and Z, I think most of you will probably know. And then you have a more advanced headset, for example, like the Oculus Rift and also Hive and Index, the WAF Index and all that. These are all 6 degrees of freedom headsets. It simply means to say, other than rotational movement, you can also have translational movement, where you can move towards left, right, front, back, and up, down itself. So combination of all these allows the users to actually move around and also look around in the virtual world. Okay. When we talk about realities, they are by and large 3 realities that we will be interacting with. The first one will be the one that we are more familiar with today is a virtual world, a virtual reality, where the users actually interacts in a virtual world that is simulated by the computer, entirely interacting with objects in the virtual world itself, right? That's virtual reality. And then, of course, we have augmented reality as part of this immersive tech. The augmented reality is basically the inverse of virtual reality. It means to say how we can render digital information in the real world, where we can see additional information and become helpful in our either productivity works or can be fun, can be for gaming as well. You can think of it like, for example, the pilot, you have a headset with additional information displayed. Those are hard HUD or augmented reality headsets or augmented reality technologies. And then next, we have this thing called a mixed reality. Mixed reality is the difference from the augmented reality is basically how we can render the digital information and digital objects in the real world, not only just rendering on top of it, but also interacting with the real world. For example, it will be able to know about the depth of the object itself. And if you look at it, look at the slides, right? The objects we know is actually behind the chair, but it's in front of the tables. So it can actually render itself in the right positions with enough of depth and stuff. There's a lot of demos that you can see online. I probably don't have enough time to share with you guys, but the idea is as such, you can actually look around for more information. Yep. So all of this together encompasses the immersive technologies, where it covers from a reality and also the virtual world itself and everything in between, right? So you have a full VR, you have a VR, you have AR, you have MR and whatnot. So, but the thing is, these are all great and good. It's just that there is one problem, actually 3 problems. So the first one is, in most cases of these immersive technologies, you tend to have a gatekeeper. For example, if you are actually building for a Oculus game, Oculus headset, Oculus applications, you will have a store that is managed by a single party, a centralized party, to say, hey, your application, you know what, it doesn't meet our community guideline, I'm just not going to let you through. So somebody will have a say to say, you can publish your application or not, right? It's pretty much like our app in iOS, in Android, the same thing. So that's a gatekeeper. Number 2, almost all of your application in VR, you need some form of installation. If in the headset, you probably need to install a Oculus applications. If in your phone, you need to install an app. In your computer, you need to install a game. And they are usually come in large form and in large file size. So that's very, very difficult. And also, the platform will have a say to say, hey, you can how you can connect with other ecosystem, how you can connect with other parties is entirely controlled by the platform itself. So this is the kind of limitation that we thought, hey, there should be some solution to it. And because of this limitation, we are basically limiting more people accessing the web, the VR world, the virtual world, and also the augmented reality technologies. So what we actually comes about doing actually the W3C working group, they actually comes down to, about to think how we can actually bring these entire technologies to the open web itself. That's where it emerged the whole immersive tech that we are talking about today. So what is the good part about the web? Why do we even bother want to bring this into the web, right? So as with any layer inheriting the web technology itself is by and large, by nature, by design, an open platform. Meaning to say you can build your web-based application, web-based VR application or AR applications, and you can just put it on the internet itself without any permission from anyone. Nobody says you can or you cannot, right? You can just put it up there. Number two, it's instantaneous. For example, if you just visit a website and then you have the VR application, voila, it's running, and then the rest of the content is streamed behind, in the background itself. So these are also a very important attributes itself. And in the web itself, again, by nature, by design of the web today is actually interconnected. You can have your application to connect with any other platform, any other ecosystem as you see fits lah. So by and large, this is what we hope to achieve with the this new API that we call the WebXR API. WebXR device API is actually a collective of API, not a single API, that aims to support augmented reality. So a little bit of background, before WebXR, there were already this Web VR API available, not fully standardized, not fully, did not make it to a standard. But as the Web VR APIs grows, we came to realize, hey, a lot of, we came to realize there's this technologies like augmented reality things that can also happen in the web itself. And they always share a lot of common attributes. For example, positioning thing in the spatial informations, and also the movement of objects, movement of users and whatnot. So the idea came about how we can actually merge this API and make it one single API to work with AR, VR, and MR itself. So that being said, coming from Web VR, it's now WebXR, and it supports augmented reality, where it used to don't. And then now it offers a clean and consistent and predictable sets of APIs that you can work with without having to think, hey, I'm going to work with VR, I have a different sets of code. I'm going to work with AR, I have a different sets of codes, and then there's a lot of things to do about. And as with any good API or good frameworks, any sort of consistent API is very, very helpful to the developers itself. You'll be able to guess how to use it right away without having to go through the documentation most of the time because of the consistency. And the advancement of the technology itself also allowed the WebXR to actually render 2x the pixels, double the pixels that is able to render in the web VR standards itself. Last but not least, it offers a unified input model, as I mentioned earlier, that with one single API, you can interact with all different kinds of controllers for your users interacting with your applications. Yep. This is just a quick one. We're not going to go through the codes and how it works, but by and large, the life cycle of a WebXR application goes by starting with curing the XR devices. Because when you are coming from a browser, you always know that most of the devices, not all devices support XR. For example, if you go with a very old smartphone, right, with your browser, you probably don't have the functionality, the capability by the device itself. So you have to do query on the features. The old way of us doing this has always been detecting platform. Now, if Chrome do this, if Safari do that and whatnot, right? But I suppose being a web developers, we know now that the best way to do this is really going with feature detections. So just check navigator.xr is available, then you can start to render the XR functionality. When you review XR functionality, meaning to say you actually show, hey, you know what, you can actually enter VR, you can enter AR, just by showing this button to the users itself. And if the users would like to, they can just click on the button to initiate. As any WebXR initiation has to be initiated by the user's actions, namely the user click itself. So you cannot just go into web application and then start to initiate an XR sessions. So once user initiate, then you request the XR sessions, and then you can run the render loop. Render loop are basically just like any graphical elements, you basically have to render many frames per second of your objects in the virtual world itself. So the same goes around here. Now this is the entire life cycle of the XR web app, but these are very low level thing. As in most of the time, if you're going to build entire web applications, you are not likely to also just use JavaScript by itself. You would employ some form of library, some form of framework to do the same. So the same for WebXR. We don't expect you to dive deep into the low-level code and stuff. There are many form of frameworks that you can use to actually get into this. So I'm just going to use the rest of the sessions to share with you guys, like in 10 minutes, how we can build a very simple virtual an art gallery showing artworks from that you retrieve from NFT assets of a wallet itself. Okay. Oh, sorry, I forgot support. The most important questions. Almost all web browsers today has support for WebXR. iOS, I mean, the most asked question, iOS Safari. iOS Safari support WebXR from 15.4 onwards. Now it's 15.5, but it's behind experimental flag, so you have to enable the experimental flag for now. But Apple also keep full support for WebXR specs, so we expect more comprehensive support coming soon. Yep, demo time. So I'm just going to do two things. Number one, I'm just going to show you how this WebXR application likes, and then number two, I'm just going to build a very simple XR application with you guys. This one can use also, right? Okay.
Slides got disconnected from the stream.
Oh, so what can I do?
Share again.
Stream, yeah, this one. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, this is too quiet. It's awkward. Okay.
Oh, yeah, the share.
Let me just show you my phone. Wait, make sure I check there's no funny message in my phone first. You know that things come in. Okay, so first thing first, browser. It's usually very fast, but since it's in time of urgency, it's always not fast. As we always. Yeah. Can I request for the Wi-Fi instead? Yeah.
You are using Apple
or both. I have Android phone and Mac. Okay. Yeah. Good. Connecting. Okay, got it. The other one, I think I can use mine first for now. Okay, got it. Let me just show my. Yep, that's my phone. So as you can see, okay, full screen this thing, right? So no distraction. So I'm actually at the WebXR sample site. You can see there's a couple of things you can do. I'm just going to show a few things. Number one is the VR sessions. You can see if I'm running on my phone at Samsung S21 without polyfill. If I actually just jump into a VR session, Okay, I'm currently rendering the world planet. You can see here, running at 60 frames per second on the mobile devices with a virtual world. So if you're concerned about a performance issue, it's really nothing too much you have to be worried about. And then let's jump into another example. Another one is the VR session, but because of time limitation, I'm just going to jump into AR plus the angle heat test. So as we mentioned just now, in a world of augmented reality, you can also do heat tests to measure the depth of a space itself, the spatial information, and you can render objects at different places. For example, let's try this. So you can see currently what I'm doing, I started initiated augmented reality sessions, and what I need to do is to try to move around, because when I move around, what it does is that it's trying to calibrate and measure a little bit of the space. Then you can see there's an ankle that is actually being rendered. You can see the ankles roughly know the space, and if I like, I can just I'm just going to give Jaslyn a flower here. There you go. There's one flower in front of you. And on the head, okay, you're pushing the limit of the API, but I'm just going to put it on your table. Yeah, okay, you can see this one on the table. So as you can see, it does not only render information on your screen, because that's child's play, but it actually measures spatial information with your camera to actually try to determine the depth, the heights, and informations. So that with this kind of information, you can render a lot of things. For example, you can make sure a frog jumping on the table, not jumping out of the table and whatnot. So there is so much more you can do, right? And you can see the performance, it's really not so much of an issue. Of course, you don't have a lot of complex objects. It's basically all low poly model at this point in time. In terms of performance for AR, it's usually running about at 30-ish frame per second. Yeah, you can see this is the same thing that we render from VR just now. We are running at 26, 30-ish frame per second, and there should be a sun here somewhere. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's jump into some demo. Am I too short? Oh, this is too short. Okay. Right. So what we are going to do now is that I'm actually building on the view applications. You can just do any application that you want. What's the run right there? Okay. I love to do with Angular just for clarification's sake. Yeah, Angular is good. Okay. So as you can see, I actually bootstrap a simple web application, a view application with nothing but a WebXR demo. So as I mentioned just now, we can build this entire thing with low-level API, but this is not something that you wanted to do. So for rendering of 3D world, one of the most popular library will probably be 3JS. I'm sure a lot of you may have heard of it. But building on 3JS also takes some sort of skill, and it's not something that we can actually just finish doing the demo here. So what we're going to do is that we will be using this library called A-Frame. That A-Frame actually is using 3GS plus WebXR to help you to build a virtual world. So as with any virtual world, if you're working on Unity as well, the first thing that you always do is to define a world. In this case, we use a scene. Scene. All right. So as you can see in the scene, there's a couple of things that you can define in the scenes. For example, you wanted to define the assets that you'll be using, the background, and of course the event and whatnot. So if you look into the code, is this too small? My code, you can see, right? Let me just hide this. Just the color. Then I will unlock. I will highlight then. Okay, so the first thing that we'll need is basically to enable a scene tag. Sorry. There you are. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I specify that I have a light blue background, and then let's remove the physics because we totally don't have enough time for the physics. But so if I have this thing now, if I go into the application, you see, I have a 3D world. Congratulations, you guys can leave now. Okay, now you have a scene. Great. As with any application, when we learn new things, right, we do hello world, right? In the 3D world, the world, we usually try to render a 3D object, a cylinder, a cone, and also a square. But let's just do a simpler one. I mean, I can just do this now. Oops. Yeah. So if I actually do this cylinder, I'm just going to say, hey, I'm going to render a cylinder at a position of 0, 10, 0. In the measurements, the unit of measurements in virtual world is actually in the form of meter. So this is like, I'm going to have an object rendered at the center, x, y, 0, and y at 10, you say 10 meter high, and also the 0 meter depth itself. And then I don't have any rotations. We can do rotations later. Okay, so there you have it. Let me just refresh. So now you don't see the cylinder because I am at the same position as well. If I actually look up a little bit, sorry. I don't see it. There you are. Okay, this is on top. It's too tall for me. I'm just going to bring it down a little bit. So it's 1 meter tall. You can see it comes down here. So what we are going to do next is that cylinder by cylinder, we are going to build an art gallery together with all of you. Okay, we talk about cylinder because there's no sense of spatial because you don't have a place to stand on. So by default, generally you wanted to start with a plane first. But by starting a plane, you can do a plane. And then you always have to do the rotation of the plane to make it flat. And then you can make it the scale of 100 meter and 100 meter wide. There we have it. Because my plane, I did not render anything. I can it's just white color. So I can make the plane in any color that I like. Say for example, I'm going to do color yellow. And then I'll have a yellow plane, right? So we are very close to our art gallery now. So this is really not nice lah. So let's play with texture, right? So our art gallery should have what sort of texture? Glass, mosaic texture. We do what we do best, get from the internet. Okay, so I probably have a mosaic texture. Which of them I can steal? Let me see. No, because some of the source, right, like 123 RF, you know lah, you cannot use. Adobe Stock, you cannot use. Okay, actually, the objective of this exercise to tell you that there is a cross-origin issue, so you cannot directly refer from someone else. And for sake of simplicity, I actually have it prepared. I'm just going to enable in our asset tag here. Oops, sorry. So I actually have a ground called the floor museum texture. And inside, whatever that you put inside a asset, right, is basically like your asset library, asset manager itself. Whatever you put there will be preloaded and pre-cached for you, so you can use it later in the space. You don't want to be running around, then suddenly your floor is not loaded, then you have the floor, right? And so, of course, a lot of things you can load dynamically, but most of the time you don't do VR in that sense. You try to pre-cache information. So this is how you can pre-cache with an A asset. So I basically, at this point in time, I actually cache this floor museum, and I give it an ID called ground. So what I will do is that I just go to the plane itself and give it a SRC ground. There you go. Ta-da! Oops, sorry. Ta-da! Yay! We have a floor with a mosaic, right? Bear with me, it's not the best in the world, but we are getting closer. Okay, now what do we have? So we have a plane with a floor with the textures, but more importantly, in a virtual world, you wanted to be moving around, right? If you look at this thing, right, do you feel that I'm like very short? I mean, not that I'm short, but this camera is very short. So we would want to move the camera upward a little bit. What you can do is actually specify a camera. So there's two ways you can specify a camera. Either you specify it as in form of a camera, or you use a entity. Entity is think of it like a div in our HTML, where it's nothing and then you can put things into it, right? It's a div itself. So you can put entity and then specify a camera attributes to it, and then you are basically making it a camera. So another thing about camera is that you don't want to just put a camera and let it move around, because you run the different kind of distortion, and especially you're moving people, just like your head. Your head is not moving, but your body is moving. So you can have this another object called a rig itself. So you attach your camera on top of it. So when your head is just doing the rotational functionality, and then your body is doing the transitional functionality. you can simply do that by actually specifying another object in between them. There you have it. And then also go into it is that you can see I actually have a camera position at 12 meter high. How high is 12 meter? Very tall. And then I also put a looks control attributes to it. So when I put looks control, it meaning to say it actually initiate the mouse movement control. So it's like Counter-Strike, you move around, you can shoot people. Yeah, that's looks control. And then you have also a WSD controls. Anyone don't know what's WSD control? Sorry? What is it? You're asking something, right? No? No? Okay. If you don't know what is WASD control, right, you can actually leave now. WSD control is basically your games control. When you play games, right, you move forward, backward, left, right. This is the standard WSD control. More advanced one, you have QE where you tilt a little bit. So WSD control basically allows you to move around with the persons. And this same WSD control, apart from my keyboard itself, it also does the same thing for my controller if move up, left, right as well. So remember, just now we talk about unifying controller models. This is what they are trying to do. One set of API helps you to manage different kind of devices. Yep. And then I'm trying to cheat a little bit, so I actually enable a special properties fly through. So I can actually fly in this space. Hey, there you are. You can see I can actually fly upwards, downwards with my controller. And mind me, if I am actually, how do I do this? Let me throw it's back. I'm just going to do a port forwarding and local, sorry about the typo, host. I keep looking at the time, that's why I'm getting more nervous. Okay, so as I mentioned just now, right, whatever we build, it actually supports any kind of devices that the API support itself. In this case, if you look at my devices, I'm rendering my localhost now. Okay, no weird messages. There we are. Yeah, there you are. So this is the same exact virtual world that we have built in our localhost now, and you have the same thing you can see here. And if you like, right, you can actually, because my device support AR, you can actually also jump into AR directly from the same thing that we have built. See, you have AR, and then you have a plane. Not the best way to demonstrate AR, but you get the idea. Where's the cylinder? Somewhere lah, you know, you get it lah. Okay, let me come back to this first. Okay, so very close to our art gallery now. So art gallery, you need to have a beautiful object, lights, canvas, the frame and whatnot, right? So there's a lot of things to do. So I have like, what, 20 minutes now? Okay, so what we're going to do is that, so one of the things that we do, we don't want to be building everything from scratch. Like when you build application, when you build a car, you don't want to be building your own tire, right? The same thing for the virtual world. A lot of time you don't have to build the entire thing yourself. So what you can do is that you can use 3D models that was built by other people. The easiest way for you to do this is go to Google, the best website in the world, and type free 3D models. I can guarantee you can find anything you want. See, 3D models for free. And you can have any of these things into your virtual world, your metaverse, for mostly free. But because I'm not a cheapo, so I actually paid for a model, very expensive. I paid $3 for it, and I'm going to show you. Okay, 1, 2, ta-da! Yeah, ta-da! Yeah, I have a art gallery now. But you can see the floor is flickering, right? Because I don't need that plane. The 3D models actually handle the plane for me already. So I'm just going to hide it. But if you want to override the plane, you can just put it like 0.1 meter higher. But I mean, there's more way you can, there are more comprehensive way you can do. That's not the best way. Yes, congratulations. We have built our first art gallery with a cylinder there. That's not the end of it. Okay, the thing is, you see, it's very dark, right? In normal settings, when you go to an art gallery, you can see it's very bright. So, okay, so what we need to do, we need to let there be lights. So, so I'm going to render a light here somewhere. Okay, so we can render a light with A lights, LIGHD, and then I can give you like intensity for the sake of demo lah. I'm just going to give you like very strong intensity 10, and then positions. I'm going to give it 0, 10, 0. Like okay, 10 is too high, maybe like 5. Okay, so you jump into it, right? You can see, ta-da! I have a light shining out of nowhere as from center, and because it's so intense, the entire floor becomes so white, right? So not the best idea. Let me just go back to it and make it 1. See, but the problem is even I have it at 1. Sorry, no, it's not supposed to be like this. But even I have it at 1, right? The problem is that as we work with any sort of virtual world, even in Unity, the same thing is when you actually put in the light, right? The default global lighting light setting will be replaced. So you should probably want to work on your own ambient lights and different kind of global light source and whatnot. But because today is not a 3D sessions, so we'll skip all that. I'll just tell you how I do it with a. I basically put a. Where is my there you are. So I basically just put a box. I'm lazy to draw a light, so I put a box. Scale of 1 meter wide, 1 meter tall, and 1 meter deep. Color of white, give the position at the center, and I give a light source of ambient light source, white color, intensity 2, and then I will have something like this. Yeah, okay. And you want to see the light source? Not is hanging up there. There you are, the white cube. You see? That's light source. But of course, that's not the best way to do it lah. Just for demonstration purpose. I don't want to go around seeing all the web VR game all like this one. Don't lah. Okay. So okay, now we have the art gallery. Remember we talked about NFT. We are not going to spend too much time talking about NFT, but what we will be doing now is really trying to interact with a wallet, with my wallet, my demo wallet, to read the NFT assets in the wallet and use the assets to display in the art frames itself. Okay, so how we can do that? There's many ways you can interact with your wallet. The most commonly used are things like Web3.js, or Ether.js. Depending on the camp you are, you can use different kind of JS. You can different kind of library. But for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to use a third-party service, a paid service called Moralis. Yeah, very hard to pronounce. Moralis. That it works a little bit like I cannot say this. A little bit like a Firebase for Web3. But Firebase is better. Firebase haven't implemented the wallet support, the Web3 support just yet. So if not, Firebase will be better. Okay. Again, I will just skip through all of the setup and whatnot. I'm just going to show you what I have here is a Moralis service. Basically, what we do is that we initialize the application in our applications. We initialize the library in our application with our server URL, your ID, and whatnot that you can get from signing up from the applications. We are just going to do 2 things. Number 1, we're going to log in. By log in, meaning you say you get your users to sign the wallet to give you the permission to read the content in your wallet itself. So that's login. And this functionality is entirely provided by Moralis. But if you use Web3.js or Ether.js, you can do equally the same. It's just that this one makes things simpler for me. And the signing message is basically meaning to say, hey, how do you want to sign up? When people sign up, you want to tell them, hey, you're signing this up, you don't have to pay for anything, there's no network fee, no gas fee, no nothing. You want to let them be assured. These are the things that you say. And then the chain ID is basically the network that you wanted to work with yourself. Today, we are working with a Polygon network, the testnet that is called Mumbai testnet. So the chain ID is 80,001. Try, catch, error, and resolve promises. That's something that's simple. I'm just going to show you the Moralis documentation quickly to show you the functions. Okay, 15 minutes left. Very simple. Just go to Web3 API. You can see. Go to users. You can see Web3 authentications. You can have all the informations in the documentation and help yourself. It supports MetaMask, Wallet Connect, and a bunch of stuff. All you have to call is this function, and as I show you just now. And then after you call the functions, you want to read the NFT, the available. So basically, you call these functions called Moralis Web3 API and accounts to get the NFTs available. So once you get the NFT, you get an array of the NFT, and then you do whatever parsing you wanted to do. Because by nature, right, NFT is basically just a token in the blockchain database that has a token URL referred to external source for information. The external source can be a centralized server, can be a decentralized server like the IPFS or RV networks. But that's just about it. Okay, but because of different people, they would implement differently. You probably wanted to pass your NFT metadata to use it and in your application. Another thing you probably want to do also, because many of the images in your NFT are probably in form of IPFS, meaning you say it's decentralized, a little bit like BitTorrent lah. You know, when you download things from torrent, right? All these files are actually separated into many different places. So you try to pull everything in. You don't have the guaranteed success on the same timeline. So what you can do is that on the server you can cache the image itself and display it to user when you have a matching tokens. But that's roughly about it. That's what we do. We replace IPFS and blah blah blah, and then just go back to the HTML. I'm just going to show the login button here. The login button is when I click login, it actually just trigger the login function we showed just now, and then your wallet address, and then retrieve your stuff. Okay, element is missing. Which element is missing? Here you are. Okay, so now you can see our art gallery. We have a login button now. Yeah, once I log in, it will try to ask for mine, ask me to electric power. Sorry, I just realized I ran out of battery. Which is the this one. 还有 OK 那边有 port 但是不够长有 power delivery 这里所以可以放这个啦 charge now okay good so once I click on the login functions, it will ask me to authenticate with my MetaMask, and then I'll unlock my MetaMask. Okay, I'm at the right account, the demo account, and then see what the time I said sign in to log in to these applications and whatnot, then I just click sign in. Then you can see I have access to the wallet itself, and behind the scenes I'm actually reading the NFT assets as mentioned just now with the functions called the get NFT functions provided by Moralis, and it does its own parsing. So you can see these are the 4 images that I get from my wallet itself. Okay, and if you look at this, right, what I did is really I put up a 4 image canvas and position them nicely in the 4 art gallery, and then conditionally turn it on off depending on the NFT I fetch lah. So nothing fancy there. You can see, so I may need to reload a bit. Okay, let me just log in again. So as you can see, I've logged in already. Remember just now we used the WebXR API. It allows you to trigger VR if you want to and whatnot. So you can see because my laptop supports VR functionality and the button is here, you can click into it. Ta-da, I'm in full VR. Okay, but if I'm in full VR, I don't get my interface anymore. That's the problem. You still can build your interface in VR. I'm just lazy, so I build it on the web layer. Okay, now I have these four images that I have, right? I'm just going to click on one to select it. And I have my images displayed on the canvas, and let's have all of them together. Yep. So yeah, that's it. We have our art gallery with the access from NFT. I know it's super express, but what I'm trying to do here today is really to deliver the concept that the concept is really, really simple, and every one of us here can do the same thing as well. Lastly, there's a disclaimer that I like to make. Quick disclaimer. Not disclaimer, for rather credit. You can see these 3 very nice artworks. I want to show you something. Okay, let me help you. How do? Okay, here you can see, right? The name is blurred. These artworks, all these 3 artworks is actually drawn by our GDG Georgetown community manager Luis. Where's Luis? Yeah. He's also she's also a digital illustrator herself, and she contributed these 3 artworks to the project. If you want to buy this NFT, you can talk to me. Okay. I think that's all I wanted to be able to show today. I hope we can show more because there's so much fun doing this, but I don't have enough time. But for a learning purpose, these are the informations. You can get all the information that I shared just now, and spend some time exploring it. I hope you enjoy it, and let's build the better web together. Thank you very much. I got 3 stuff to give away some more. Any questions? Okay, the lady, very fast. Sure. A fly to force means it will actually stick to the ground. You still can move around, but you cannot move outside from the ground. So it's like flying lah. Yeah, then you will be just moving on the y-axis itself. Yeah, you cannot translate or top down in that sense. Yeah, but if you enable fly, then you have full flexibility lah. Yeah, no problem. That's one for you. Don't mind if I throw it to you? Okay, let it go. Oh, sorry. Right, anyone else? Quick one. I'll pick someone from the side. Yeah. Okay. Yes, Nathan. Yep.
So you're using Moralis. So what advantage of using Moralis compared to the open source library?
Advantage. So yeah. A good question actually. Moralis actually provides pretty much comprehensive sets of services like image hosting database, other APIs, transaction APIs with the RPC API with the blockchain database, and a lot more stuff itself. Whereas, meaning to say, if you're going to build an application entirely on Moralis with your own front end, then you can do that. You don't even need to have your own backend. Yeah, you can have your own user database, authentications, everything with Moralis itself. Where the open source one, right, for example, Web3.js, Ether.js, it's basically just a library for you to interact, but doesn't have a backend for you. You have to build your own backend.
Yeah,
Firebase is better. we cannot say basically it's Firebase because Firebase is better. Great, thank you. Anyone else? Sorry, sir.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. Based on your observation, the immersive web XR library, does it support the collision detection like Unity? And then does it provide you the interaction with the world itself? Like for example, in the VR, like we have a kind of we can interact with the external. Let's say I want to click the image, and then it automatically does the library provide.
Right. So object interactions.
Yes.
To put it this way, WebXR API does not do 3D renderings, does not do 3D interactions, but rather it's a low-level API that helps to connect with devices and provide a set of consistent API to whoever that needs it. And in this case, what you mentioned just now are basically like 3JS or A-Frame actually uses this API to provide the interactions for you. But by and large, the object interaction still happens with on the application layer. The only when it's needed, for example, the input and output layer is handled with WebXR itself. For example, showing the screen, for example, reading input from controllers, these are handled by WebXR. So WebXR is really a device API that helps you to connect your 3D applications with the devices. Yeah. Thank you. Can I throw it to you? There you go. Last one. Hi. Short answer is yes, you can. Yeah. I mean, you mean now? I mean, I don't have a demo. Whatever you built just now, right? To do a virtual auction, you pretty much need your own backend. You probably need just add in a little bit of WebSocket and some business logic. You can do that. You can. The short answer is that you can build all of this thing in the entire VR world. Yeah. I wanted to point out a very important misconception about VR is that people think about VR as in like you need to have a VR headset. But you don't have to, because VR can be accessed with a VR headset, can be accessed with a very low entry VR headset, or can even be accessed with my phone, as you can see just now. I turned off already. But I can access with my phone or even my computer. So you don't have to have, it doesn't have to have like full VR headset to be immersed in VR itself. Yeah. Great. I'm just going to give you a first time now. Do I still take questions, or I can just pass it back to you? Okay. Don't mind, I throw it to you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I'm totally sorry. I wasn't aware you're holding a cup. Sorry. Okay.
One last question, I guess.
Yep. Two. Any more? No more gift though. Yes.
Okay, in your opinion, right, where is the Google position in this metaverse things?
Okay. First of all, I'm in no position to represent Google in any sense. I mean, my opinion is not important in this sense, but also I think it's important to answer your questions. For me, the metaverse or blockchain technology or NFT technologies at the end of the day is just another set of technology. Of course, there were a lot of hypes previously, but there is, to me, I decoupled both of them. It doesn't have to tie together. For me, for example, I built this artisan art framework, right? I actually uses NFT for provenance, for certificates of authentications. Because one of the things we try to solve here is that if you buy an artwork, right, they give you a certificate of authenticity. It comes in form of paper. So the problem inherited with paper is that number one, is easily damageable. It can be fraud and it can be lost, right? By nature of NFT, it has a few attributes that we think it's helpful to the situation. Number one, the content is immutable, meaning you say no one can fraud the content. Number two, is indestructible unless you take down the entire networks. Of course, some network does go down sometimes. But also more importantly, because it's publicly verifiable. If you own an artworks, right, you want to be able to show that I have this genuine artwork and is publicly verifiable. So we uses that technology to try to solve some real world pinpoint that we identify, right? But as of Google stance, I think Google is not too against, because I remember Google Cloud was hosting a related events online before. Yeah, hope that somewhat answer your questions. Thank you. There's another one right just now.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Basically, I also want to know about the AR. Is there any application AR for handicap, like blind people, that they want to open, when they want to cross a road, right? Whether AR can help them to solve their daily issue?
Sorry, I think I missed your question. Can you try again?
This AR, right? Something that you can detect the space, detect the image. So for blind people, right, they cannot see things like so whether AR can help them.
They cannot see.
The rules.
Okay, you mean how we can use AR to help them, right? It's a hard question. On top of my mind, I don't have an answer actually, to be honest with you. But because AR by and large is a very visual heavy set of technology. So if you're referring to someone that had eyesight challenge, then I probably think this may not be the best solutions to try to solve the problem.
Yeah. The AI and MR is different, right? MR is look like more advanced.
Yeah.
So do you need to have AI inside also so that you can watch it together?
Do we need what? You mean AI?
AI, yeah.
Oh, so I would think it will be a bundling of various technologies to make more advanced techniques happen. For example, just now the renderization I showed the flowers one, right? Yeah, it detects spaces, it detects high like spatial informations, but it's still very flawed one. For example, if I put another one beside, right, then the two models also overlapping, and that needs more advanced handling. This is more of a proof of concept. But if you have AI to empower with this information as input, I'm very sure it will come out as a much more complete solutions. Yeah, I hope that's an answer to you. Okay, that's one.
For the flower, how's your phone detected that?
Yeah, it's basically just we call this thing called a raycasting. Basically, what it does is that it does measurements with your camera input. So from shadow, from heights and stuff of objects. So remember just now, before I start, I need to do a little bit of calibrations. I need to move the camera around and whatnot. So what it does is that it's try to look for objects in the world, in the real world, and try to assume some mathematical positioning or stuff. From there, you can sort of extrapolate the spatial information in the scene. Yeah, thank you. So there you have it. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Thank you. I will take this now.
Okay, so that was our last talk of the day. So round of applause for all the volunteers and the speakers and the interesting people here. So I guess this is it. So right now is 16, right? 17. So we're gonna have a group photo first outside at the nice little artwork of outside there. And then after that, we can get the swag. So how we are going to line up and get the swag is along this corridor behind me, all the way to the end. So that's how you line up to get the swag, and then you can network or whatever you say or go. But yeah, but before that, we must take the group photo first. So can we all just head outside right now for the group photo? But anyway, thank you so much for coming. I hope you really enjoyed our first in-person event and so on.